National Climate Outlook Forum. I want to greet you on behalf of our esteemed Permanent Secretary and on behalf of our Director of the Met Services. I will invite him shortly to come and give the official opening remarks, but I just want to say how delighted we are to be here for us to convene our second National Climate Outlook Forum. Without further ado, let me invite my boss, my director, Mr. Dale Destin, to come and give official greetings. Let's welcome him at this time.
Ms. Joan Joseph, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Civil Aviation and Transportation. Ms. Gail Imhoff Gordon, Project Manager of the GFC Build Project, Ministry of Finance. Distinguished guests, partners and stakeholders, colleagues and friends, good morning. Good morning. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the second annual National Climate Outlook Forum, NCOF, hosted by the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, ABMS, under the critical and timely theme of partnering to close the early warning gap through climate services. This forum is more than an event. It is a commitment to building stronger bridges between science and society to enhance the partnerships that underpin our national early warning system, and to ensuring no one, no community, no sector is left behind as climate risks intensify. Since the historic inaugural forum last year, I'm pleased to note that the ABMS has resumed the routine publication of monthly climate summaries and forecasts, an essential tool for decision makers across all climate-sensitive sectors. This is a tangible example of our direction of travel toward resilience, responsiveness, and readiness. I want to take a moment to extend special thanks to our esteemed partners, regional, national, and sectoral, who continue to support the ABMS in its mandate. And I especially want to commend the team at the ABMS for their dedication and professionalism in building out a climate services framework that is nationally relevant, responsive, and inclusive. Let us use this forum as a platform for deepening interagency collaboration and strengthen the partnership approach that is essential to effective early warning for all. Together, we can and we must close the early warning gap, not just with technology, but with trust, shared purpose, and sustained engagement. Once again, welcome. And I wish you a productive and inspiring forum. Thank you.
So I am Orvin Page, the climatologist at the Met Service. I want to just say special greetings to those who are joining us online. We want to thank you for your engagement and your participation. I want to also recognize Mr. Lon Salmon, our Deputy Director, and an integral part of our management team at the Met Service. It gives me great pleasure at this time to welcome to the podium to give her opening remarks our Permanent Secretary, Ms. Joan Joseph. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes.
Getting better, good. Mr. Dale Durston, Director, Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, Mrs. Gail Imhoff Gordon, Project Manager of the Green Climate Fund Build Project within the Ministry of Finance and Corporate Governance, distinguished guests, partners and stakeholders, colleagues and friends, a pleasant good morning to you all. As Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Civil Aviation and Transportation, it is indeed a privilege to stand before you at this, the second National Climate Outlook Forum, an initiative that has quickly proven to be essential to our country's climate resilience architecture. This year's theme, partnering to close the early warning gaps to climate services, resonates deeply with the work we all need to do across sectors, institutions, and communities to ensure that climate science is not only heard, but heeded, not only shared, but acted upon. Early warning systems save lives, protect livelihoods, and preserve national development gains. They are not a luxury for the future. They are a necessity for the present. The Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda in particular, is no stranger to the devastating consequences of climate-related hazards. We must therefore ask the question, how do we ensure that every citizen, every farmer, every business, and every ministry is empowered with the right information at the right time to make the right decisions? This is where climate services come in. And this is where the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service has taken bold steps forward. I commend the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service for reviving monthly climate summaries and forecasts, a vital tool for planning across tourism, agriculture, energy, health, water, and disaster management. I also applaud their dedication to engaging climate-sensitive sectors and fostering greater public trust in forecasts and warnings. However, we all know that ambition without support becomes frustration. And so today, I take this opportunity to reaffirm the government's commitment to supporting the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service in its mandate. First, I recommit to the creation of 12 new positions promised at the inaugural National Climate Outlook Forum. These roles are not optional, they are necessary. The delay in action has not gone unnoticed, and I pledge that my ministry will take the steps needed to remove the obstacles that may be retarding the progress of the Met Service. Second, I fully support the construction of a purpose-built, all-hazard resilient meteorological headquarters for the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service. This pledge is a direct response to the challenges issued by the Honorable Prime Minister at last year's forum, that the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service must scale up its ambition, and scale up it shall, with the facilities to match its mission. Friends, climate resilience is not the job of an agency. It requires partnership, real, sustained collaboration between governments, academia, private sector, civil society, and international development partners. That's why today's gathering is so important. The voice in this room, the meteorologists, researchers, policy advisors, planners, and frontline users of climate information are essential to shaping a more resilient, better prepared Antigua and Barbuda. Let us use this opportunity to listen, to learn, and to lead together. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and impactful forum.
Thank you, PS. Let me now welcome Mrs. Gail Imhoff-Gordon, the project manager at the GCF Build project with the Ministry of Finance, to come and give her opening remarks. Welcome her, please.
Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Civil Aviation, and Transportation, Director of the Antigua Barbuda Met Services, Mr. Destin, other esteemed colleagues, invited guests, good morning. It is a pleasure for me to be joining you this morning for the opening of the second annual National Climate Outlook Forum. I bring warm greetings from the Ministry of Finance and more specifically from the GCF Build project. The full name of the project is Resilience to Hurricanes in the Building Sector in Antigua and Barbuda. It is particularly timely because in more recent years, we at the Ministry of Finance would have been seeing in very tangible ways the manner in which climate change impacts the finances of our country. And so I am happy to see the Budget Office represented here in Ms. Donna Sandy, because all of what we're doing and all of these efforts will have to be integrated in our national budget. This forum is being executed as part of Output 3 of the GCF Build project. That output requires the strengthening of climate information services to facilitate early action within the building sector to respond to extreme climate events. The theme chosen for this year's forum, partnering to close the early warning gap through climate services, reflects a growing understanding that in the face of climate change, early warning is not just a meteorological issue. It is, in fact, a development imperative. It is a public safety necessity. It is the foundation for climate resilience. Through the GCF Build project, we're working to ensure that systems, people, and institutions needed to support early warning are strong, inclusive, and fit for purpose. Our primary focus is enhancing the capacity of the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service to deliver early warning for all. We recognize that the ABMS is a cornerstone of national climate resilience, and we're proud to stand with them. Over the past year, our partnership, this is the GCF Build project and the ABMS, has supported training and participation of ABMS forecasters and climatologists at the Caribbean Climate Outlook Forum, CARICOF, enhancing their technical skills and promoting regional cooperation. Today, we're pleased to be executing this 2025 Wet Hurricane Season National Climate Outlook Forum, enabling this space for science, strategy, and sector dialogue to interact and yield results for our nation as we build resilience to climate change. These are not just isolated interventions, they're part of a larger vision, a vision where the Met Service is equipped not only with the tools and data, but with sustained partnerships, institutional backing, and the public trust needed to save lives and to support climate-smart decision-making. We know there's still much work to be done. As we continue to implement this component of the GCF Build project, we look forward to continued collaboration with the ABMS in its journey towards operational excellence, helping to build systems that are robust, inclusive, and future-ready. We believe in the vision that the ABMS has set, and we join the call made earlier for greater investment in people and infrastructure needed to fully realize this vision. I will close by thanking the government of Antigua and Barbuda for supporting this initiative, represented here by the PS, and also to thank the ABMS for its tireless work in service of our country. Your dedication to events like this ensures that the benefits of strengthened climate services reach every corner of our country. I wish you all an inspiring and engaging forum, and may you achieve the outcomes that you have set for yourself. Thank you.
So you would have heard that many persons and institutions are to be thanked, because we would not have been here without their synergy, without the synergy, without the participation and support. So why are we here? And what are the significance of our gathering and level of interaction that we hope to accomplish today? There are some objectives for this workshop that we really hope that as we think about the level of discussions and the areas that we will cover, that we will frame our minds around these objectives, because they are very important if we are to have a successful workshop. 5 objectives. The first is to share the latest climate information and seasonal outlooks. We are just a few days out from the hurricane season. We are also transitioning from our wet season into our dry season and into our wet season, and there are implications for all of our society. And so the Met Office is determined to ensure that the latest climate information is shared so that it can drive critical decision making based upon analysis rooted in data. The second is to strengthen sectoral engagement and decision support. And this is why we have convened such a wide cross-section of stakeholdership, because weather impacts us generally, but also uniquely. Our farmers are impacted in ways that our taxi drivers may not. And so you would appreciate the need to have this level of engagement at the sectoral level, so that we could ensure that the products and services that the Met Office produces will be very useful in unique ways, because we are not all impacted in the same way by the weather phenomenon at the climate and even at the forecast cycles. Thirdly, to close the early warning gap. We are determined, as we transition more from what the weather will likely be to what the weather implications are, what will likely happen in light of the climate we are monitoring, to ensure that early warning becomes a critical part of our engagement, so that with early information we could make the right decisions, given that we as a small island developing state, we have very limited resources. And so it is pertinent that as we think about early warning systems where resources may have to be mobilized, just be assured that the Met Office is determined to close this gap so that critical information can be provided, and with limited resources we can achieve the greatest efficiency to, again, at the end, protect life and property. The fourth objective is to support national planning and climate resilience. Climate change is something, and climate variability are things that we are confronted with. We saw Beryl last year, the earliest Category 5 storm in our region. And of course, we don't need any reminders as to the impacts of these systems, but it's not just hurricanes. We have droughts and other hazards that have affected us over the years and decades. And so we are committed from a policy initiative to ensure that we provide as technicians the relevant information so that policy can be devised and enacted to help our vulnerable Twin Island states, our beloved Twin Island state, building climate resilience, of course. And the last one is to celebrate and build on progress. You know, there's so many things on my mind here. We didn't just arrive here today. We're building on the hard work of those who've gone before. And with our director and his vision to have our Met Service be the best and leading in terms of the entire Caribbean, it is important that we not only continue to strive for excellence, but also celebrate how far we have come. And I want us to give Mr. Destin a round of applause this morning. For his leadership, his example. And I trust that as we have further engagement today, that we will appreciate that our Met Service is on a trajectory to be one of the leading Met Services in the entire Caribbean. Let's do some housekeeping. We have, from the head table, you've heard from all of us, but there may be persons in the room who may not know one another. So we're not going to assume that you know the person next to you. We're going to ask, as you have microphones at your tables, that you will just tell us who you are and the organization that you represent, so that we could not just say hey and we can call each other by names. So the tables are actually numbered. And let me just go ahead and tell you, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all right? Now, before you introduce yourselves, I want to go ahead and tell you that listening and paying attention will actually produce benefits in this workshop. Tangible benefits. Okay? So later today, you can actually be rewarded for your listening. So I'm going to just go ahead and tell you now, these presentations that we're going to go through, don't just look outside and wish you're on the beach or can't wait to get in that swimming pool if you only had a chance. You should have walked with your swimsuit, that kind of stuff. Listening and engaging today will produce some tangible benefits if you are careful to absorb what we are presenting today. So let's begin at this table. We'll call it table 1. Just tell us who you are and the organization that you represent. at the bottom. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shama John. I am the Health and Safety Officer at Western Disorder. Thank you so much for the invite.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lawrence Salmon, Deputy Director at the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, and it's a pleasure being here.
Good morning. I'm Lori Ann Henry Johnson. I'm the Senior Medical Officer with the responsibility for health disaster coordination and communication. And so I'm also apologizing for our CMO who is not able to be here, but she has sent 2 representatives. I want to also use this opportunity to apologize when you see me step out for a 1-hour meeting, maybe from OECS, because you know those projects are very important. Thank you so much for this invitation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Makana Alvarez, the research officer for Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service.
That's Mahela Alvarez. Oh, we didn't get the gentleman here. Right. Table 1. So I'll go around. You can hear me, right? Yes. Okay, good. So, yes, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Victor Harris, Agricultural Assistant, Ministry of Agriculture, representing the Research Department.
Okay, so let's move the table to over here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Yearwood, hydrologist at APUA Water Business Unit. As usual, I'm really very happy because the Met Office is part of our family, so the collaboration is always great. And on behalf of my manager for the Water Business Unit, I apologize for his absence. It is unavoidable this morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brunella Vidal, IT instructor, representing Statistics, Research, and Information Technology Department within the Ministry of Agriculture.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Philip Lloyd, Education Officer in the Ministry of Education with responsibility for social sciences. I'm presently representing the Director of Education, Mr. Clay Brown, who regrettably could not be with us this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I am Donna Sandy, representing the Ministry of Finance, Budget Office. I'm a budget analyst, not your analyst, but I'm here representing her today.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Jeremy Coffey, Senior Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health, responsible for Port Health.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hilroy Simon, Fisheries Officer in the Fisheries Division, and also representing the fisher folks within Antigua and Barbuda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Morgan. I'm representing the Ministry of Trade, one of the principal assistant secretary in that ministry.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Carter. I'm representing the Department of Environment, and I'm an apprentice at the Department of Environment.
Good morning. My name is Therese Nicholas. I'm a support officer representing the Directorate of Gender Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Andre Christopher, and I'm the Operations Risk Officer representing ACB Caribbean.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joan Amman. I'm representing Ministry of Agriculture and the Greenhouse Supervisor for Agriculture Assistant 4.
Okay, at the back.
Good morning. My name is Ivan Luke, representing the Ministry of Information, Communication Technologies, Energy, and Utilities. My department is Emergency 911.
Good morning, I am Secretary Jeffers, representing NOS as the District Disaster Coordinator.
Hello, I'm Dr. Adele Blair. I am Sustainable Tourism Officer at the Ministry of Tourism. Thank you.
Hey, Good morning, everyone. I'm Simon, Policy and Project Development Officer at the Department of Environment.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mally Vance. I'm the National Technical Consultant with the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, Janella Williams, Senior Public Health Officer, Central Board of Health.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Daniel, representing the Antigua and Barbuda Red Cross.
Good morning, everyone. Victoria Charlton, Program and Operations Coordinator for the Antigua and Barbuda Red Cross.
Okay, nice to meet all of you. So we know who each one is. And so we will now transition into our second block, which is really where we're going to look now at some climate review and the outlook for this season. This is an integral part of what we're doing. And so the voice you will hear, myself and Mahela. By the way, if you see her name in correspondence, it will spell M-A-G-E-L-A, but it's Mahela. Okay? Yes. Okay? So Mahela and I will go through now a look at a review of recent climate events, and then we will also begin to talk about the outlook for this season. So members of the head table, of course, please, if you find a comfortable seat, we're going to turn our attention to the screen. Yes? Yes, yes, you can see. Mahela, you can. Okay, so a brief look at a summary of what would have transpired over the last year for us here in Antigua. The outline is weather and climate timescales, global and national climate monitoring, and the climatological seasonality of hazards. So when we talk about weather, it is to be distinguished from climate. Weather is short-term, and it assesses the state of the atmosphere, again on a short-term basis. Climate, now we are looking at assessing conditions, but on a longer-term basis. On the scale, as we can see here, weather can change within minutes or hours, but when we look at climate, we're talking about years, decades, analyzing one location or a specific location. In terms of time scales, whether short term, you can talk about sub-seasonal, which is on the level of weeks, 1 to 2 weeks, or at least 2 weeks. And when we talk about seasonal forecast, we're talking about months to years. We could talk about longer time scales, but you can at least appreciate that when we talk about climate, we're not talking about the regular 24-hour cycles in which the forecast is given from the Met Service. We are more concerned about looking at conditions for us here in Antigua and Barbuda and the Leeward Islands over a longer period of time. Now, we form a part of a global network of monitoring that includes looking at conditions at the Atlantic Ocean, because the sea surface temperatures are drivers of what happens here on a climate time scale, as well as we talk about things like El Nino and so forth. Just to give you some statistics, the warmest year in the 175 observational record was actually last year. How many of you knew that? You may not know from the statistics, but all of us remember how hot last year was. All right? So last year was record setting. The global mean near surface temperature in 2024 was actually 1.55 degrees above the average from the 1850 to 1900 period. And of course, global mean sea level reached a record high of 113 millimeters. All of these point to the fact that there is a lot of things happening in our climate for which we have to give particular attention and why we're here. Now, this here is a remarkable achievement for a small country like Antigua and Barbuda. This is a network of our automatic stations. Some are proposed, but you'll notice these points represent areas where we are monitoring. A lot of it, automatic stations, but they give us critical information, and this network provides so much of what we can do. Our goal is to be able to give flood information, early warning system, alerts, etc., for specific areas of our country. Because as small as we are, you will see subsequently that there are some areas that are wetter than others, although we're so small. The temperatures vary from place to place in our small country. I want to signal here something that is not a part of the presentation. These stations here, you know who we erect them? Met people. Yes, Met people put them together. People like Delano and Mr. King and Angie. Well, Angie, we call her Angie, Mrs. Simon. And Melon. Mr. Burke, he's not with us anymore. He was working with us, and he's now another part in the government service. But these are the people who do the engineering work, cast the concrete. If you've ever seen any one of our automatic stations, there's one up at the stadium. If you're walking up there, you'll see to the eastern side, the pole goes up and they actually mix the concrete, do all of the technical work and so forth. We have on our staff some committed people, and if it weren't for them, this network here would have been delayed. You know, sometimes when work, you wait on other government agencies and so forth. We actually, and they monitor them every month. They go cut the grass. The Met Service has the capacity and has been doing this stuff for quite a number of years. So this network allows us to do quite a lot. Now, not to get too technical, but one of the things we want to just highlight here, you will notice that we're covering from January last year to currently April. And what is significant is that this year is trending to be a little warmer, thankfully, than last year. Well, not warmer, cooler, sorry. Because I want to rush ahead to talk about this peak right here, right? So the daily, you see that peak right there, because last year you will notice that so many of the months had temperatures beyond 32 degrees, average daily maximum temperatures. So last year was ridiculously hot. Thankfully, the ocean is still warm, but temperatures so far have not been as warm as last year. This is nighttime temperature. You will notice even in the nights, still warm. Thankfully, so far for the year, we are cooler than we were last year. And Mahela has done some work in terms of showing some of the excess heat events for last year. You will notice as early as May, and particularly between August and September, the hottest periods. These were some heat episodes, and of course, as we study it, you will notice that it has serious repercussions for various demographics in our society. And so far, we are looking at a comparison, maximum, minimum, and mean temperatures compared to last year. And the important thing to show here, as we mentioned earlier, we're trending to be a little cooler than we were last year. Some months have met the average, but compared to or by comparison, we are looking to be a little cooler than we were in the previous years. Now, taking a look at the temperatures from a national standpoint or a spatial standpoint. It's one thing interesting to note when we look at the maximum temperature. What we're noticing is that the western side of the country have been the warmest part of the country. One of the reasons could be is the eastern part is more wind exposed, and so we tend to find a little more cooling in the wind effect. But the data itself will show us that the western part of the country, so if you're in Five Islands, Grace Farm, Bowlands, Jennings, you would have experienced a little warmer temperatures comparatively to those on the eastern and central side of the island. For a small country like ours. In terms of the minimum, we saw some lot of more distribution in terms of the temperatures, but there's still some areas that were a little cooler than others in terms of nighttime temperature. And the mean temperature, of course, is more widely, spatially, and evenly distributed. Let me invite Mahela to now come and continue the rest of the presentation. So,
Hi. So the daily precipitation distribution shows some wettest days occur on February last year and June, and we had 3 periods of dry conditions. The most recent one was this March with 18-day dry spell. A dry spell is consecutive days with less than 1 millimeter of rainfall for a 24 hours period. So comparing the precipitation this year with last year, they would be quite similar, except for February last year, it was extremely wet. The rainfall distribution across the island for 2024 showed the wettest area in the southwest part of the island, with a total of 1,367.7 millimeters, close to 54 inches, and the driest area was on the northeast of the island. During the dry season, the wettest area was located at the south of the island and in the east part during the wet season last year. The wettest month was November with 220.4 millimeters at the Gray Hill Station record. The wettest day was June 16 with 82.8 millimeters at the same station. So for Barbuda, temperatures show similarity with Antigua temperature. So for the period from June to October, temperature exceeds the 32 degrees Celsius. The maximum temperature recorded in Barbuda was 34.8 degrees Celsius and in August last year, and the minimum temperature was 16.5 in April 24 this year. Rainfall distribution showed the wettest month was September with 115 millimeters. This data is satellite estimated data. And the driest month was March this year with just 22.5 millimeters. The wettest day was May 3rd last year with 34.4 millimeters at the Sir Mackenzie George Secondary School. So drought monitoring information is based on the standard precipitation index. So for the long-term drought, from January to December last year, so the year end with slight wet conditions on the southwest of the island and normal conditions for the rest of the island. A short-term drought was developed from October to December last year with from slight to moderate dry conditions. Currently, from the 6-month standard precipitation index, so we are having normal conditions. And the most recent, from February to April this year, the 3 months period is showing slightly wet conditions. So this condition will be continuous due to the extremely wet May that we have right now. So this table shows the seasonality of the hazard for Antigua and Barbuda. As you can see, there is no month without any meteorological hazard. So we have the wet season, the dry season, with the driest month being March. We have the hurricane season start from June 1st to November 30, with the peak month in September. We have now the excessive heat season with the peak in August. And also we have other hazards as Saharan dust intrusion, swell, flash floods, wildfires, lightning, and extremely ultraviolet radiation. In terms of the solar radiation, we can see that the maximum values are occurring during 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The highest values are from 12 to 2, and the most intense months are from June to August, with the peak in July. So last year we have the maximum values from June to August, and the high value we have it in August. So these are some examples of the hazard that we had last year. We have Saharan dust intrusion on December 24th. We had some flash floods in May and June last year, and the most recent event, it was May 17 with 131.8 millimeters in 24 hours. And from 4 p.m. to 11, we had almost 120 millimeters in a period of just 7 hours. So just to note that these hazards can occur out of the season. So that's why we need to be prepared and informed by the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service. That will be all. Thank you very much.
Before Mahila loads the next presentation, I just want to take you back to this one here, because it piqued my interest. You will notice that the hottest part of the day is anywhere between 10 and around 2 o'clock. That's when we have our students doing extracurricular activities. Break time, PE, football game, etc. The hottest part of the day. So something like this has tremendous implications for education and educational planning, given the fact that last year was record-breaking, and we're seeing a trend where it has surpassed previous years of record-setting temperatures. Since around 2016, we've seen many years set records only to be eclipsed by successive years. All right? So that's a look at the outlooks, the review. You would have seen that there is no month in which Antigua and Barbuda is not threatened by a particular hazard. That's rather interesting, isn't it? So now we will take a look now at the outlooks. Mahila and I will go through this as well. So 2025 wet season. It's upon us. What can we expect? What are the global models saying? And how are they impacting what's happening for us here in Antigua and Barbuda? We mentioned that there's some climate drivers that impact us and the region. The Atlantic sea surface temperatures, one of them. El Nino, well, ENSO more specifically, the El Nino Southern Oscillation, is something else that we need to consider. You may not think a lot about El Nino, but it impacts us. And the monitoring of El Nino Southern Oscillation, because it oscillates between La Nina, neutral, and El Nino. The important thing to note is that we are currently in an inactive phase of this oscillation. El Nino is usually associated with a suppression of Atlantic tropical cyclone activity, and La Nina is usually associated with an enhancement. So, very crudely speaking, when we have strong El Nino, we tend to see low tropical cyclone activity. When we have La Nina conditions, we tend to find more or enhanced tropical cyclone activity. So we're at a neutral phase, and so this is likely to continue for at least another couple of months, and then we continue to monitor to see how that oscillation is happening, because this is one of the drivers that will point to the outlook for the Atlantic hurricane season. We'll hear more about that when Mr. Destin gives his presentation. This is just another way looking at it. ENSO neutral is favored through the summer with a 74% chance during June to August, with chances exceeding 50% through August to October. So all that we're saying, given where this cycle is, that's why we can point to, and I want to see Mr. Destin's thunder, what is likely to happen this hurricane season. All right. So when we talk about, you will see these names and probabilities as we go forward. It's important for us to understand what we're saying. When we say above normal, we're saying within the wettest or / hottest third of the historical record. So we're looking at an historical record, and we're making comparisons reference to that to come up with what's likely to happen. That makes sense? So it's referencing something as a standard from which we can say we're likely to exceed that, be close to it, or fall below it. Make sense? Okay, so near normal within the middle third, below normal within the driest third of the historical record. When we speak about seasonal forecast, we're talking about 3 to 6 months, and of course we're going to express that in probabilities. So just to let you see, we monitor globally temperatures. We also monitor rainfall, and for June you will notice that for us here in Antigua and Barbuda, we're expecting to see average to below average. And for temperature, we're likely to see above normal temperatures for the month of June. We can go on the national scale, take a look at these numbers here. This is really the numbers that I want to draw your attention to. These numbers, because as it relates to our maximum temperature, you will notice that there is a 65% chance of being above normal, with only a 20% chance of it being normal and a 15% chance of being below. So all that we're saying is that for the month of June, next month, we're likely to see above normal temperatures with high probabilities of saying so. Okay, we feel good at the chances of it being high. I mean, I'm just trying to bring it down, okay? There's a 65% chance of seeing above normal temperatures. The minimum temperatures as well, and we tend not to pay as much attention to this minimum temperature. One way to look at it is nighttime temperatures. If you're having hotter than normal temperatures during the day, and then warmer than normal temperatures at night, it means that the body is not cooling down as it should. If you have lower than normal temperatures at night, on a hot day, the body tends to cool down much easier as you move from day to night. Well, if your nighttime temperatures are warmer, given that you already had a hot day, it puts the body under greater stress. Okay? Notice that there is a 50% chance of seeing above normal temperatures with a 25 and 20. Now, what Mihaela has done, which is, I think, is a very good guide, she's given us our best estimate and a range based upon the probabilities for the outlooks. So think about this number here. This is pretty high for us because when you put on low winds and high humidities, then you can talk about the heat index, which is a feel-like temperature. It's going to be way above this. But if you think about 31 degrees as the average of the maximum temperatures on a daily basis, then you can see that June is likely to be pretty warm. And likewise, 25, 26 degrees at night is quite warm. Okay. Rainfall. Again, 15% chance of being above normal, 35% being normal, 50%. So if you think about the larger probabilities, we're looking at average to below, well, normal to below normal for rainfall. I can go ahead and tell you, well, let's look at the other one. Let's go a little further now, not just June, but let's go down to August and even to November. For our temperatures, you will notice that they remain pretty warm all the way through to November, warmer than normal. So even though we're not seeing as warm temperatures as last year, still likely to see above normal temperatures going through to November. That's clear? In terms of the global models, you're also seeing the same reflected pretty much across other regions. At the national level, by the way, this one on us is not just us here in Antigua, but the region on a whole, if you may just speak more broadly, the Caribbean region continues to experience hotter than normal temperatures. All right? Bringing it home, up to August, you see the probabilities remain high, above normal, and the minimum temperatures as well, normal to above. These are some specific values that we can think about just to guide us. The range is 1.
is where we have been. Warmer than average, but still not anywhere close to last year. Hence, that we're not as bullish with the forecast for the hurricane season is also related to this lower temperature across the tropical North Atlantic, the main development region. This is another graphic that speaks to ENSO. We talk about ENSO, El Nino Southern Oscillation. Normally you hear about us talking about La Nina and El Nino. La Nina, the girl, cooler than normal temperatures across the tropical North Atlantic, tropical Pacific Ocean, and El Nino, the boy, warmer than normal conditions. The boy generally does good for us in terms of suppressing tropical cyclone activity. However, it also suppresses rainfall. So it's a double-edged sword. Okay? So pick your poison. I think we may pick the poison that suggests that lower number of tropical cyclones. So what this is indicating is what Orvin displayed differently, that the conditions across the Pacific will generally remain near neutral through the entire year. Okay? Near neutral means that there's no suppressant, as it were, coming from that area in terms of the hurricane season, and there's no enhancement either. So it's neutral, and it is not the best conditions that we like to have with respect to forecasting. Okay? As forecasters, we would like to have it one way or the other because it provides more skill in the forecast. But we'll take this above it being cooler than normal, which generally means more tropical cyclone activity across our area. Hurricane season preparedness tips and the ways to be hurricane strong. Just a reminder, these are reminders that we issue every year. You want to determine your risk. You want to develop an evacuation plan if it is that you're in an area that you need to evacuate from. You want to get good insurance coverage. Assemble a disaster supply kit. Strengthen your home where possible. Identify your trusted sources of information. And you want to write this down. It's not enough to keep it in your head. You want to write it down and share it with your family and close ones, just in case there's an issue, there's something would happen, there's a Louis or of that nature where you lose communication. There's a plan as to where you're likely to go, so that persons can find you if such a situation were to happen. So that's my presentation on the hurricane season. So the forecast is for it to be an above normal season. 21 named storms, 9 hurricanes, 5 major hurricanes. And this is not the last forecast to be issued. So stay tuned. We'll be issuing more forecasts, providing you more updates so that you can be guided accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Destin. You have some nice graphics there, boy. Graphics were nice. Picture is worth, they say, 1,000 words. All right? So, a little bit of housekeeping matters. So, we're going to display now a QR code. We wanted to scan it because you will see there the outlooks as well as some questions to consider. All right? Because we're not just about talk. We want to take what we have heard and discuss outcomes, actions, preparedness, readiness. How can we adapt? How can we take what we have heard and translate that into things that would lead to greater preparedness and even greater adjustments, because some things we can't change, so we have to adjust. So while you're doing that, let me also tell you that we're going to have a break, but before we have our refreshments, we'll break for refreshments, but before we do that, we want to take a group photo outside on the balcony. I think we can all there. Just to let you stand, stretch your legs a little bit. You've been sitting for a while, don't want anybody to get sleepy. You know, when it gets too comfortable, you know what happened, right? So if you are finished scanning, we're going to open for questions. Your immediate questions, your top line thoughts. You heard a lot about temperature. You heard about rainfall, drought. You heard about the hurricane season. What are your immediate thoughts? What comes to mind? What's resonating with you? I want to hear from you for the next 5 minutes or so before we go into a break. Now, right after the break comes back, we're going to have some specific sector presentations in response to the forecast. So we're going to flesh this out, but that's for specific sectors to talk about how they view the forecast and its impacts on their sector and how they are using the forecast to prepare. But let's talk. What's on your heart? What's resonating with you? What are your thoughts? I know Donna, when she saw the temperature compared to last year, she was excited because it's cooler and trending so compared to last year. But what are your thoughts? There's some microphones at your desks, at your tables rather. Just raise your hand, tell us your name, and go ahead with your question. Who'll be first? Anyone? So everything is clear as mud. Not as mud. Crystal clear? Yes. Just use a microphone and turn it on. Tell us your name at the bottom. The microphones go on at the bottom. There's a switch, on and off switch.
Good morning again, Brunella here from Antigua. Everything is clear to me, but you said what was reported was that temperatures were extremely high last year, and we're experiencing more of a cooler temperature this year. But to my mind, what are some of the contributing factors that affect that in terms of why is it so much cooler? Because it is. Because I was telling my mom recently, like, the nights are cold. I've never really experienced a cooler night like this right into up to last month, right? So what are some of the factors that actually
Well, I can tell you one of the main drivers is actually the ocean. What we saw, remember we had a very hot 2023, okay? And so the ocean would have absorbed a lot of that heat. The monitoring of the ocean, what we saw was that a lot of that heat went into 2024. Remember what Mahela showed a slide that showed that the peak of our heat season is anywhere between August, September, thereabouts. So the ocean is absorbing all that. And because it was so hot, a lot of the heat didn't release, but was retained into 2024. And you had a record break in 2024. That's more heat on top of that. So because you have warm oceans and the winds are blowing, picking up some of that heat across the islands, that would explain some of the temperatures that we're feeling. So given that the oceans are not as, and Atlantic more specifically, is not as warm as 2024, but still warmer than average, that explains why we're likely to see higher than normal temperatures, but not as, so far, warm as last. So the ocean is a driver of a lot of the heat that we experience here because the winds pick it up from the ocean and bring it across us. Anyone else at the back? Just state your name. There's a microphone. Is there? Okay. Marley, hold on. Let's give you a microphone. This one? Okay. So I'll walk around the room because this microphone is one of the best for the transmission, right?
Good morning again. Given the topic, talking about heat and excessive heat, when it comes to heat stress, would you have any pieces of advice for people in terms of how to cope with excessive heat and heat stress? Now, I don't just mean people, I mean like farmers as well with livestock and their crops and stuff like that. Just generally, what advice do you have?
That's an excellent question. Heat. So you mentioned the farmers. We can talk a little bit more about other demographics. So to have a hot day is not too big a problem. If today's hot, tomorrow is not so hot, then the body's internal mechanisms function very well at making such adjustments. The problem is if today is hot and tomorrow is hot and Saturday is hot, what happens is that the body is not able to deal with today's above normal stuff to adjust before another hot day comes. And then the longer that happens, then the body's internal mechanisms go under greater stress to deal with what's happening in the environment. Now, the medical professionals, and Dale can, right, the medical professionals, and we have a few here, but they tell us that if you have chronic diseases, then that somehow cripples the body's normal internal functions to even adjust. And so those with underlying conditions, heart conditions, etc., diabetes, etc., tend to be affected more with heat episodes. Now, how can we adjust? That's a question. One of the things we tell farmers is that rather than going into your farm from 5 in the morning until midday, consider going from 5 to 7, or in the morning, break, rest during the course of the hottest periods of the day, and go back in the afternoons. All right? Yeah. Of course, if Dr. Johnson has any things she wants to add, the coffee as well too, then of course, please feel free as a medical expert. So we can talk about nursing homes. We have the elderly. We can talk about the schools. Okay? We can talk about construction workers. And all that the forecast is pointing to, we need to have periods where we are deliberately seeking cooling in order to adjust to the otherwise hot temperatures of the day. So it may call for some adjustments. Dr. Blair has a contribution to make.
Dr. Adele Blair, Ministry of Tourism. My question and comment is related to the schools, because I remember studying in Australia and it gets quite hot. And so a part of the uniform, the children had to have headgear. And so I'm just wondering now if perhaps some sort of intervention could be made within the schools so that they change the time for the PE, so they do PE when they go into schools earlier, and rather than at the hottest part of the day. And then that will have implications perhaps for showers and things like that, because whereas at the end of the day, they just go home in their PE clothes, now in the mornings they would probably need a shower. So I'm just saying that these are things that we need to think about.
It's interesting you said that, Dr. Blair, because I remember when I was at grammar school, right? We weren't coming to school with PE clothes. So imagine a bunch of boys go on the football field, change from uniform into PE, and they go back in the classroom. Lord have mercy. Ooh, that classroom was hot and smelly. So, yes, we have a representative from the, education. Philip?
Well, there's some adjustments being made to that. For example, on hotter days, students are allowed to wear a t-shirt, plain white t-shirt to schools. If you notice, you look around, you will notice a lot of the PE uniforms are changing up a bit now. to accommodate the heat. So there are adjustments that are being made. The PE teachers are now asking for clothes to be able to protect them from the heat. So we might, you never know, we had some issues with teachers not getting their allowances for protective clothes for chemistry and physics and so on. And a few teachers as well too, because they're now asking for protective gear from the sun.
Donna? Just pass it back to Donna, please. Thank you, Philip.
Okay, the information that you mentioned prior in reference to we adjusting our lifestyle to suit the change in climate and the weather. The policy that is to be derived from this should not only affect the public sector, but also the private sector should be part of that collaboration, because what is happening is affecting everybody. And whereas the private sector thinks about making profit and not giving their workers the chance or the time in order to accommodate this type of event, the policy that is to be derived, they should ensure that it is adhered by the public sector also.
Well, we have to take a break now. What we have, we'll have one more. Ninja, we can get you in, we can squeeze you in.
Yes, I will. One of the observations, when you said about the farmers going in from the morning and then break and come back in the afternoon where it's cooler. Over 20 years ago, when the Chinese were constructing the Big Creek Bridge, they were working fully through the day, and they realized they couldn't manage the heat. So they made that adjustment in terms, they came in the morning till about 10, and then they came back from about 2 or 3 o'clock and work into the early evening to about 6. So I'm saying that to say that maybe we have to react quicker and adjust quicker than when it is the issues at crisis level. And I want to ask also if we are having abnormal rainfall, not in abundance, but in terms of daily rainfall, and if it contributes, the cloudy weather contributing to the cooler temperature this year.
Certainly, when you have more rainfall, it means they have more cloud coverage, so that will, contribute to cooling, cooler conditions. But the cooling is basically being driven, well, I say cooling, the less than warmer conditions compared to last year is being driven by the cooling of the tropical North Atlantic, which I showed, where you had the orange line at the record levels versus where we are, where it's hovering just above the average line. So that is what is really driving the fact that we are seeing cooler conditions this year than compared to last year.
So this is what we want, that the discussions that are more specific now have started. We have to take a break because we have some other things, exciting things to discuss in the next block. So if we could just make our way on the balcony here, we're going to take a group photograph, and then we will have refreshments, and we will come right back. Let's try and get this done in about 15 minutes or so. No. 15 minutes for the photograph, and then you can take your snacks to your tables so we could, transition to the next segment. So let's meet outside for a photograph, the taller ones at the back, and we will have our snack break right afterwards. Thank you so much. You've been wonderful so far. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right.
Thanks a lot for joining us on this Friday morning. I'm meteorologist Leonard Josiah with a look at your weather update. And for us to talk about nothing in terms of tropical cyclone activity, you're looking at the bird's eye view of the wider Atlantic Ocean, Atlantic satellite imagery, all the way from Africa right over to the Eastern Caribbean islands, the Leeward Islands and the British Virgin Islands right here, islands in the Eastern Caribbean, which include Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. You're looking at the Caribbean Sea, Puerto Rico right here. Yeah, you're looking at a weak trough right here. The tropical waves are on the down low right now, so this is a trough. But in terms of tropical cyclone activity, not only in the main development area, even further towards the north, there's nothing much for us to talk about. We're looking at the western half of the region, and we know that these particular areas right here has been fueling moisture, thunderstorm activity, and tropical cyclone activity, where the models are not necessarily suggesting that we're going to be having anything for us to talk about. We're looking at this weak front right there that it is moving over Cuba, inching closer to Jamaica, and we're seeing some troughiness right here that's fanning towards the northeast, but none showing any tropical cyclone activity. Closer to home, if you woke up this morning, we are still noticing that our weak trough is in the vicinity of the Leeward Islands. If I'm supposed to stop this imagery, you're seeing the clouds in association with this weak trough, islands further towards the south. The British Virgin Islands, they are in a dry slot right now. They're having wonderful conditions, but for us in the Eastern Caribbean islands, which include Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts Nevis, Montserrat, and Anguilla, this weak trough here is creating a little bit of moisture and instability. So going on into the afternoon hours, we are likely to see some passing showers. That's all you're going to get, but it's not forecast to be a drencher. The trough is forecast to inch off towards the west to northwest, be in the vicinity of the British Virgin Islands sometime during the course of the nighttime hours. But further towards the east of the island chain, you're looking at some patches of low-level clouds. High pressure is now building into the region, and because of that, there's nothing much for us to worry about in terms of tropical cyclone activity. The high pressure is going to be taking its toll and suppressing and capping the atmosphere, giving us some generally good conditions. But again, the moisture content of the atmosphere is sufficient, and with the available moisture will come the general passing showers. So in terms of your threat level, everything is really on the low. Your wind, your rainfall, your marine, your heat, your lightning, and your dust, little or no impacts at all. As we go on into your weekend, here's what we can tell you for your weekend planner. So today, for us here in Antigua and Barbuda, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, a 40% chance of a passing shower. The same on Saturday. The better chance of some showers will take place on Sunday. Remember that I just spoke to you about the developing trough in the western parts of the region, and the instability is likely to extend over us here in the Leeward Islands and British Virgin Islands, and hence the reason comes Sunday, a higher chance of some showers for us here in Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, St. Kitts Nevis. Montserrat, a higher chance of some showers taking place. But if you're in the British Virgin Islands, yeah, a 40% chance of some showers for today and tomorrow. Take a look at even a higher chance of some showers on Sunday and on Monday. The higher chances of showers will be over the British Virgin Islands, 80% chance of some showers, and Anguilla on Sunday. Going on into Monday, the chances of showers will be sufficiently high, at least for you to make some plans going on into the early half of the week. Remember that you can always send us a pic or your video at ABMS iWatch. That's ABMS iWatch. We want to respond with your timely watches and warnings in the case of severe weather, and we are your trusted weather source for your Leewards and British Virgin Islands. The weather will always change, but you can keep weathering your weather. In spite of the weather, whether you like it or not, I'm Leonard Josiah, wishing you a safe and productive day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service weather update. I'm Shrissa Humphreys, giving you your tropical weather outlook for today. First up, we'll look at Hurricane Beryl. As of 11 a.m., it is now Category 3 with winds of 115 miles per hour and a central pressure of 971 millibars. It's currently located at 19.0 degrees north or 82.6 degrees west. That is 95 miles west-southwest of Grand Cayman in the Cayman Islands and 330 miles east-southeast of Tulum, Mexico, which is right here. As of in the past couple of hours, Hurricane Beryl has experienced some wind shear in its cloud field and some dry air intrusion from Saharan dust. So this is why it has weakened to its category strength. Coming up in the forecast for the next few days for Beryl, we see it might weaken further into a category 2 hurricane, approaching the Tulum, Mexico, and the northeastern part of Belize. Tulum, Mexico, and this area right along the coast is under hurricane warnings, and the area to the west of the peninsula is also under tropical storm warning. Also, northeastern Belize is under tropical storm watch and could experience these conditions from Hurricane Beryl as early as Friday morning. Afterwards, after it passes the landmass and interacts with the land, it will weaken into a tropical storm according to the forecast. And by Saturday into Sunday, it will be approaching the northern part of Mexico and the southeastern part of Texas in the US. So we're also going to be looking at AL96, currently moving through the Caribbean Sea. It has weakened over the past few days and only has a low chance of development into any tropical systems in the next 7 days. We see the BVI in the Leeward Islands here. They have been experiencing some scattered showers over the area this morning. However, this system, AL96, is moving very quickly across the Caribbean Sea and the showers will likely decrease over the period. BVI may experience more showers into tonight, but by tomorrow, everything should calm down. So we like to advise everyone, remember the hurricane season is from June 1st to 30th November, and we would like to encourage everyone to develop their evacuation plans, prepare their homes for any issues, fixing up the windows and so forth, have your food and water collected, rations and so forth, and make sure you check up with any issues that you would have with your insurance and so forth. So we'd like to thank you for joining us today. I'm Trissa Humphreys from the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, and we are wishing everyone well, wishing everyone to be safe during this hurricane season, especially with the passage of Hurricane Beryl these past few days. Thank you for watching.
Good morning and welcome to our tropical weather outlook for today, Friday, November 15th, 2024. I am meteorologist Jaleel Jacobs, and first we jump right into our 7-day look at the tropical Atlantic basin, and we are in the time of hurricane season, about 2 weeks left or so in hurricane season, and during this time the Atlantic quiets all the way down. As we can see, there are no expected tropical cyclone development in the next 7 days, and the attention turns to our western Caribbean, and we see this is a tropical storm Sarah, not making landfall quite yet, but just hugging the coast of Honduras across the Central America. And so there are no coastal watches or warnings for this time for the Leeward Islands and the British Virgin Islands, which is good news for us here in the Eastern Caribbean. So we're going to take a look at tropical storm Sarah. As we can see, Sarah is expected to move westward into Central America and make a landfall in Belize before moving into the Mexican mainland as a tropical depression. Now, some slight strengthening is expected for Sarah in the next few days. However, the potential impacts, although Sarah remains a tropical storm and does not get to hurricane status, some widespread rainfall and heavy rainfall at that is expected in Sarah. And we're going to take a look at our satellite view of Sarah at the moment. So we see this broad expanse of clouds here associated with tropical storm Sarah. And the right hand side here, where you see those purple and darker shaded colors, there's a lot of severe thunderstorms taking place within that region. And so Sarah is expected to bring life-threatening heavy rainfall to Belize and the northern portions of Honduras, as well as Guatemala and Nicaragua, the northern portions of Nicaragua, as she continues her westward movement into Central America. And so that heavy rainfall would lead to a widespread flash flooding, and the results of that are some mudslides in these mountainous areas within Central America. So once you have relatives or you live in this region, then you pay close attention to your local weather services for instructions in case you have to evacuate or anything of that sort. But Sarah, although a tropical storm, is expected to bring a lot of life-threatening impacts to this general region, and so we will continue to monitor that along with the local med services in those countries. We see here there's an estimated rainfall and forecast, and we see that there's locally potentially up to 20 inches of rain locally expected across this northern portion of Honduras during the passage of Sarah, as well as Sarah makes landfall in Belize. We're looking at even 12 to 16 inches of rain, and so again, flash flooding is very possible and is likely, and also the flash flooding, and so the mudslides are expected to take place in the mountainous regions within Central America, as I would have mentioned before. So in the wider Atlantic, we see that there is no tropical cyclone development expected, as we mentioned before, and so we're just looking now at those frontal systems that are going to be making their way across the northern portions of the Eastern Caribbean and even continue tracking further south down to Barbados. And so currently across the Leeward Islands, Antigua and Barbuda, and British Virgin Islands, this frontal boundary extended from an extratropical low pressure system. This frontal boundary is causing quite a bit of instability across the atmosphere. And so with the available moisture that we have within the atmosphere, we see some periods of showers are quite possible over the next few days. Across the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, a shear line that is associated with this particular cold front system is going to maintain some rainfall, as we can see a little bit of bursts of convective activity across British Virgin Islands, and also a little bit across the Antigua and Barbuda moment. And so this is going to maintain that instability even as the shear line weakens. And so we're looking at some extended periods of showers across the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla, and then to a lesser extent the Leeward Islands over the next few days. Now the wind speeds, our wind speeds are going to be on the low side for the next few days, and so some daytime heating along might trigger some showers along with the moisture that is located just across the southern portions of the Eastern Caribbean as well as across the Leeward Islands. So we do expect some showers, some periods of showers over the next few days also for the Eastern Caribbean. Now we do have a high surf advisory out. As I mentioned, that extratropical low pressure system is pushing some moderate to long period swells that are going to be reaching the northern and eastern facing coastlines of the Caribbean, and so there is a high surf advisory out up until tomorrow for Antigua and Barbuda. Some are going to be expired this afternoon for the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla, and so we're asking everyone to be extremely cautious as you use the beaches in the northern and eastern sides of the island. We're looking at waves from 5 to 8 feet, with swells reaching up to 8 feet. Now, We are moving now into what we call the swell season, where as these fronts move down across the northern portions of the Atlantic, they're going to be sending some periodic moderate to long period swells. So we're going to have a few days where we have some swell events taking place, and it's going to normalize until the next front comes, and then we have another set of swells coming down towards the Caribbean. So expect over the next few weeks or months that we will be advising residents on the high surf information as well as the small craft information over the next few weeks to months, and so look forward to a swell event at least once or twice a week throughout the next few weeks and months. So in Antigua and Barbuda for today, we're looking at partly sunny skies with a 40% chance of showers with our winds out of the southwest at 3 to 8 feet. Sunset time today, 5:32 p.m. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a 20% chance of showers, a nice cool overnight low of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. While tomorrow, we're looking at partly cloudy skies, 40% chance of showers, high temperature 33 degrees Celsius, winds out of the south at 4 to 12 miles per hour. Sunrise time tomorrow for the sunrise walkers at 6:12 a.m. and the sunset time for the evening walkers at 5:32 p.m. Do remember to send us your pictures and videos to our ABMS iWatch@gmail.com with your name, time, and location of the event, and we will be sure to post your events to our social media pages, and we will give you a shout out for being involved in our weather community. So thank you for joining me today at the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, your Leeward Island and British Virgin Islands Weather Authority. Our hotline number 463-4638, where we make daily updates. You can call for if you just want information on our forecast, our extended forecast. You can call our hotline or check out our website antiguamet.com. Follow our social media pages at Facebook, YouTube, and X, Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service. Thanks for joining me today, and you have a good day. Hello and welcome to the Tropical Weather Update for Saturday, 30th September 2023, your 2 p.m. position. I'm climatologist Orvin Page. We continue to monitor two systems, Philippe and Rina, both tropical storms. Philippe located just about 455 miles based on the 11 o'clock a.m. position. 455 miles to the east of the islands at 16.9 degrees north and 56.3 degrees west. Philip is actually moving towards the southwest at 5 miles per hour with peak winds of 50 miles per hour. Meanwhile, Rina located further towards the east-northeast, just about 850 miles or so to the east-northeast of us here in the Eastern Caribbean.
So what we're going to do now, and by the way, that level of engagement, that's what we want. We, at the Met Office, we're just facilitators. The goal is for us to interact with the information. So I want to commend the level of discussions that we've had so far and encourage more of the same. And if you look across the room, we have experts in their field. And so we want you to weigh in. All right? Feel free to weigh in and interact with the information as it pertains to your sector. Okay? Speaking of sectors, what we're going to do now is that we're going to hear from some specific sectors, stakeholders, as to the implications. Yeah, I have to remember that we are streaming live, so I have to stay close to the microphone. Oh, by the way, let's tidy up the issue with the with this, so they can do it over again. Oh, it's good now. Everybody has the. Is it working for everybody? No. Okay. So we're going to tidy up that now.
This is a key message.
No, the QR code.
Yes, but it's not working.
It's not working?
Yes. Ask if they check the email, because we sent the email with us.
Did you get the presentations? No. Via email? No. We did two things actually. We sent you the presentations via the emails that you submitted to us when you registered.
No, days before, yesterday. We did like yesterday, like last.
Okay.
I don't have the list yet.
Okay, let's deal with the
This is the
QR
key
code.
message, and they can see the voice.
Okay, no, let's deal with the QR code.
They no work.
It's not working. Okay, we're having some technical issues with the QR code. We're going to come back to it. But as it relates to the sectors, I'm sorry. So we're going to be hearing now from representatives from key sectors about the forecast and outlooks and so forth that you heard. So let me invite the representative from the food security and agriculture, you know who you are, to come and make the presentation at this time. So we're going to use this microphone here. I hope you're not too shy. Yeah, okay, so, all right, so we'll be flexible. So you could stay where you are and speak if you have a PowerPoint or whatnot. That could work as well too. But we want to hear from you as to how the forecast impacts your particular sector. So this person, who's this?
So these are the questions.
So Victor, is you. Is you. It can be him. You know, Victor.
For you to look at for you to the force to your sector plan place alleviate potential maybe activities given would and you didn't invite us, you know what how to following August
It's not going on.
The screen this is screen.
Okay, good. So how do I progress the slides? Can I just use the next button? Okay, Dr. Adele Blair from the Ministry of Tourism. I am Sustainable Tourism Officer. I have just a short presentation, and I hope it will be clear enough so that you have no questions. So this is just a general overview. We all know of the importance of tourism to our economy and to our workforce. And in addition to the primary attractions that we have and all our cultural events, other key inputs into tourism, we have agriculture, we have fisheries, and we have water, and we know that all of these rely on reliable weather conditions and not the extremes. Climate change impacts on tourism. Climate change impacts on tourism, they're not abstract. And according to the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, it forecasts the following, it predicts the following. And we spoke about them already, the heat, the increase in heat. Well, luckily now we have a trend towards a decrease. The likely decrease in precipitation, sea level rise, likely to continue, marine heat waves, wave heights increasing, and all of that. And these impact tourism because that most of the times the visitors, they come for the sun and they come for the sea. And these impacts, they have a negative effect on our marine systems, and for example, coral bleaching and beach loss. As part of my PhD research a few years ago, and I had relied heavily on the Met Office for information, these were some key findings from the sector, from the hoteliers in Antigua and Barbuda. And they had perceived that temperatures had increased, droughts had increased, all of these things. And, once you perceive something, you have to change your behavior to adapt to it. And I just want to highlight that for the Caribbean, the sea levels had risen by almost 3/4 of an inch between 1950 and 2009. And within the accommodation sector, we rely heavily on water. And so when we're talking about droughts, these are major issues for tourism, because on average, the tourist per day uses between 22 to 528 gallons of water. I know some people, when they go to the hotel, they just think that, it's between 84 and 2,000 liters a day. That is the findings internationally. And so we know that water scarcity is an issue as well. So the behavioral change that came about as a result of the impacts that the hoteliers have been experiencing, and this is based on research that I had done, and you can see the changes that they made there. And these adaptation measures, they could broadly be categorized on the energy and water saving, coastal defense, and sun protection. And I just wanted to say that some of these adaptation measures, we have to find ways to work collectively to put them in place. If you have ever, or the next time you travel, try to sit on the side of the plane that you can see our coastline, and you will see how many of these coastal defense systems that people have erected. And because of the shape of our island, well, Antigua mainly, you can do something and get away with it because it's so hard to police, and we don't really have that in place. And so somebody's experiencing erosion on their property, and you see they just put up a shore parallel defense, they put up some stones, some big boulders, and there's no scientific method towards putting it up. And whereas you might create a little beach, a pocket beach here, it has consequences down the road for the person property next door. And we have lots of examples in Antigua and Barbuda. So we have to have a coordinated effort to put measures in place to address our issues with climate change. And so, looking ahead, within tourism, these are some of the challenges that we face. Because all of us, we want to improve our economy, we want growth, we want development, and at the same time, we have to be sustainable, because if we use it all off, what is going to happen 10 years down the line? And in addition to all that we're talking about with the forecast, and if we have 5 major hurricanes and one hit us, what will happen to our coastline? What will happen to those places that build too close to the high water mark? So all these are issues that are challenges that we have to face. And in addition to that, there's also saltwater intrusion and increasing stress on our coastal systems, including our mangroves, our seagrass beds, and our beaches. And so I think that based on the projections, that our resources will be challenged again. But we have some opportunities. At the Ministry of Tourism, we are engaged in a number of projects that seek to assist with our adaptation, our response solutions to the issues that commonly affect us. And so these are some of the projects that we're working on currently. And I just want to say that with regard to the fourth project, the OECS project on the Tourism Action Plan, it has several areas that it is looking at that will help us to put policies in place that will address a lot of these issues that we're facing. And so we engage with our CARICOM and our OECS partners in addressing these issues. I just want to flag for the CARICOM, the second project, it's an environmental information management system, and if you want further information, you can look at that. So if you want to look at what changes have been made in the environment over time, you can go into that website and they can provide the information for you. They're located in Panama. And before I close, I just wanted to talk about the final bullet point there, which is the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Antigua and Barbuda now sits on this international coalition. I am the representative, and they provide funding for projects that are related to urban infrastructure and resilience development. Antigua is very small. Antigua and Barbuda were very small, and so not only tourism, our infrastructure is related to all aspects of our country, all sectors, and so there are opportunities for funding, but they're for non-governmental organizations, and so I've put the website there, and if you're part of a non-governmental organization, you can check the website, and when the next round comes around for proposals, you may present a proposal, and that's a possibility to receive funding. So I want to thank you for listening, and let us continue to do our best. And we in tourism, we're doing our best with the resources that we have, and we just hope that with better planning, we can adapt to the changes that we're expecting based on the forecast thus far.
There's a question from Ivy Luke. Yeah, don't go yet, Dr. Blair. Yes. Batching on this one. Two questions.
Yes. Any project plans or program to address the issue of sargassum seaweed?
Yes.
There are opportunities on some regional projects because the sargassum is affecting the OECS. There are opportunities for us to look at it on a regional level, and so that is being explored.
There's a question at the back.
Yeah, good morning again. So my question is, based on what you were saying about the sea level rise being one of the main issues that we have here, is there a policy or any kind of mechanism to stop hotels from developing in areas that might likely be too close to the coast?
I would imagine that under the Visitor Planning Act, which addresses setbacks, that this would be one of the solutions to that issue of building too close to the coast. And the impact of sea level rise. Whether or not we are implementing it, that is a whole different question, and at the Ministry of Tourism, we are not equipped to answer that question.
I can actually weigh in a little bit on it, because we are hoping that discussions at a forum like this, with a forecast and outlook that we have, that we can begin to sort of create awareness as to the threats that we face. I mentioned Dr. Blair. Dr. Blair mentioned that tourism is so heavily dependent upon it. And we don't need to reach a state where we no longer have the beaches for us to start praying. that the tourists are not coming and how the trickle-down effects actually impact our economy. So we're hoping that questions like this, discussions like this, will create the sort of awareness and the need for us to take these things more seriously at the national level. All right, anyone else before we hear? Yeah, sure, Dave.
Just to briefly indicate that we had provided 50,000 from the current media. We expect to use it, but that we are going to elaborate on a question like that, which is...
Don't worry, we're going to write it down and send it to him.
I can actually answer that.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, so I'm from the Department of Environment. So I work in the Biodiversity Ecosystem Protected Area Management unit. So once applications like that come in, so like for hotels or beach properties, when we do send our report back to DCA, we make sure to state, okay, so this needs a 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, how many ever feet setback from the shoreline, from the beach line, if you get me. And we make sure to enforce it as well. And we... Yes.
Okay. So I think you answered the question that your agency is responsible for a lot of the requirements and clarity as to what happens, and you also provide some enforcement, because that usually is the problem. There is very little or no enforcement, and so people get away with a lot of things. Is there? Yes. This is Gardner's question. Yes, Taylor, yes, please. Thank you.
It's not a question. I just wanted us not to lose sight of the point that you made in terms of projections going forward. So while we may be satisfied that the BOE is addressing the current issues, we still need to keep in focus how we plan to adapt to what is projected to come.
Excellent contribution. Thank you.
Okay, and so I just want
Good day. My question is Dwight, Laviscon, Ministry of Energy. Nice to meet you all. Question is for Dr. Blair. The rain event that happened was last week? No, not last week. 2 weeks ago. Right. And previous weather events that would have happened. Is it under the purview of the Ministry of Tourism to collect any sort of data? When I say data, whether it be anecdotal data or from these hotels as it pertains to flooding events? The reason why I asked is Blue Waters was flooded out, Sanders was flooded out, Royalton down there, and I'm aware that some of these guests, depending on where they were in the hotels, they had complaints couldn't do anything. So I'm wondering if we have a mechanism in place to collect these data over time to show that these are some of the hot spots where we have issues whenever rainfall occurs above a certain threshold. The reason why I'm saying so is because I don't know who told us that Fries Hill area is so posh. I don't know why. Okay, put it this way. I personally believe more development should have been more in the east than not necessarily in the north or in the south. Because zoning plans that we would have done before would show you that really and truly some of the areas that we have grown accustomed to build on are not that they're not fit for some of the purposes that we're putting these structures on. It's okay if there's not a rain event, but the minute they have a rain event, you just check the roads that you can't pass. Airport Road, Friday Road, some of these roads there. But yes, still I'm on my gallery in the east and it can rain 10 inches of rain and I drive and there's nothing happening. But yet still we've been taught to believe that the north is posh, the south is kind of in the middle, and the east is somewhere back there that nobody know about and we don't care about. And we kind of have this kind of a mentality that we have to let's go and build. Look at the other area there that we have 5 soil types in. That's gold. And I would want to believe that that's a direct correlation between where you should put certain type of infrastructure. Sorry for going on the long preamble, but is the question I really wanted to ask about the
Okay, well, as it stands, we do not have a mechanism to collect this information from during the hurricane season. The mechanism is in place.
This one, yes.
So they go in and out. He's giving you his one. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you.
No, I was saying, as it stands for the general sharp shower and the impacts, no. But during at the passage of a hurricane, we are a part of the node system, and so we will collect the information then. Based on what you're saying and the impacts that we all saw in the videos that went around, perhaps we could collect the data for these events, these one-off events that occur. With respect to the other things that you said, as we mentioned before, Antigua is small and Barbuda is a small country, and it means that we have to make sure that we plan correctly. And I think that the impacts that we're experiencing, we could point to that, but then as we speak about going forward, it means that we have to look at all the projections, how far, if we have, let's say, a 1 inch in sea level rise, we look at the projections, where is this going to take us, how far is this going to take us, and we have to, I think, take these predictions a little more seriously and use them for planning purposes. And in addition to that, I think it's important for us, for what we're doing here now, so that we can have buy-in from the public, so that when they see the proposed developments, that they can, turn into perhaps develop more advocacy groups to say, okay, based on what the Met Office said or the projections, they're saying that, sea level is going to rise and you can't build in that area, so we don't want it here. Then if you have more advocacy, then perhaps that pressure can help to change some of the areas that are projected for development. I'm just saying that all of us have to work together.
I want to further support Dr. Blair here, because as I listen to you, Dwight, what becomes immediately apparent is that a lot of decisions are made without the supporting data. And we need to have a platform, a national platform, where data-driven decision-making becomes the culture. In leadership training, they tell you to change the culture, you have to change the conversation. And this is what we're hoping here, that we have free, frank, open discussions. And what I heard is that we need to have broader stakeholdership with nods, with DCA collecting information on events like this. At the Met Service, we have all the data in terms of the event itself. But what is often lacking are the impacts. Mr. Destin, in one of his presentations, spoke about he had the impacts and he had not available for the cost, because it's just not available. We need to have a platform where after flooding event, after an air quality event, after the hazards that we are committed to, and you're going to see in subsequent presentations the products that we are going to be launching, if we don't have the supporting data on the impacts, then we are not able to adjust and assess and recalculate as the case may be. And so we're going to keep repeating this cycle until eventually it reaches beyond the threshold and we can't recover. So that is a takeaway, I think, from this meeting. We need to have a data-driven decision-making national policy where everything is captured and archived and database for study, so that we can actually see where the gaps are and how we can improve. We have to move on, but we're not stifling your contribution. We want to shift focus a little bit on health. So we're talking about the impacts of the forecast, but there's a question, it seems like it's a burning contribution at the back. Okay, you can wait. Yes, Mahela?
Sorry,
Yes, Mrs. Gordon.
Generally,
Just a second. Yes. Go ahead.
No, the point that you just made about the takeaway, I just want to ensure that we're documenting our takeaways, because the data point, I think, it will repeat itself across each sector. So I think we need to pay attention to that in particular, not only for the reasons that you enunciated, but also for the fact that we need that type of data to prepare project proposals to address, we get financing to address these very issues. And without the data, the proposal is very weak.
That point needs to be underscored. Antigua and Barbuda, we are better positioned if we can go to international agencies and say, we want to advance a proposal to look at this. Here's some data that we have, that we believe that if you give us some necessary funding, we're able to have some actionable things come out of our concern for this particular area, this particular need, as the case may be. So what Mrs. Gordon, can I go first, please, Gail? So what Gail is saying is, listen, if we don't have data, we can't go in depth into the project proposals to seek funding to get the areas and the gaps adequately addressed. So it's an excellent point and one of the takeaways. Health. Dr. Johnson, is it you? Come in.
Well, we're actually going to do a team effort, because
that's fine.
We're also learning as well. All right. We're actually learning as well that we were asked, right? But it's okay. I want to stay healthy, so I'm standing up and moving around as well. Well, I want to say that from health, just being here the second time, one of the things that's very beneficial about this forum is that we continue to interact with the sectors, because it gives us an opportunity to learn from each other and to gather that data, even though some of us put it down on notes and we don't get to continue documenting it to pass on for proposals, but hopefully we can get to that level. I want to say too that this discussion reminds me of a project we're working on now. I missed that meeting, but I think it will help. The OECS is managing a $250,000 US project that comes from a US humanitarian group called Direct Relief.
Okay, so just in the same way like how you shared the website that we can tap in for non-governmental organizations, the direct relief actually had what they call a sort of climate resilience workshop 2 years ago. And so they listened to us, just like these forums. And then what they did, they exposed those of us that were there to opportunities where we could help ourselves with what we didn't have. So for our health centers, because I do health disaster coordination, and then sometimes I have to go into the health centers, as well as other institutions, we're able to get these emergency backpacks, right? And now we have access to the $250,000 as well as every other OECS country. But it's just that OECS is asked to manage it, and we had to give the proposal. But before they did the proposal, they also went on and helped us because they realized our government systems and how we're multitasking from sitting and talking with us. So they actually got the data from us from their questionnaires to help us decide what project we wanted to do. Now, we in health, we went for vector control in terms of using public health strategies to help with climate resilience, okay? And we have two wonderful inspectors here, so they will also help me just to give hopefully some answers to what we saw there in the glimpse, right? But what I'm saying is the non-government organizations, organizations could benefit from the project that we saw there. But we as a government would benefit from this direct relief, who is not following Trump. They are doing quite well and they are maintaining their promise. It's just that sometimes the real challenges are there in that we're asked to multitask. So we have to just kind of prioritize in how we're going to use, well, in health, our public health strategies to help ensure climate resilience. I want to say also, even yesterday we had a meeting where PAHO and World Health Organizations, who are the main ones that help us keep focus, they also made sure they reinforce the need for training and organizing teams, not just a focal point, but teams to help the public be more resilient. So the data sharing is very important, and I think that's what's going to help us with the way forward. I am giving the opportunity now and passing on the mic. Okay, so I'm going to go to the inspectors. Okay, Dr. Coffey wants to pass it on, so just help us, because we have some very good team members.
Good afternoon. Tadra Edwards, Health Inspector from the Central Board of Health. But in terms of climate resilience, it is an ever-ongoing challenge that we at the department are discussing and looking at ways and means to improve the situation. For example, in terms of the heat waves that we were having every now and again, there's a water shortage, that kind of thing. Yes, you have to store the water, but how are you storing the water? How are you treating that water? Because a lot of times, some people are treating the water with chlorine, but they put in excessive amounts, and that can be dangerous. Mm-hmm. In the same way, in terms of storage and collection, how are you setting your spoutings? Because if it's not properly set, you can have stagnation and mosquito breeding, which adds another issue. So there are things that are happening and implementations that people are doing that, if they're not done properly, that can affect their health. In addition to that, you have, as we were discussing yesterday in terms of heat waves, how are you constructing your buildings, particularly your schools? Because if a school is not properly constructed that has adequate ventilation, the children will be hot, they will be uncomfortable, and you will not be able to focus. Right? So proper structure, proper ventilation, but also in terms of heat waves, we know that hurricanes build energy from the heat and ocean and other things. How are your homes being constructed? That itself is a safety issue, and particularly having learned from Lewis, a lot of persons have changed the way that their buildings are being constructed for safer measures in terms of clippings and whatever not. But if this is not done properly, what can you have? So that is just one of the aspects that we're looking at. There are many more, but it is an important issue, as even as Adel brought up, in terms of persons putting out bowlers into the sea. That will affect the current. We do our marine sampling of the oceans every now and again, and because of poor circulation, you can see that in certain instances, the level of bacteria in a specific area could rise because there's no circulation. There's also aspects of algal bloom and that kind of thing because of stagnation of water. So it is a lot of factors. And as she noted that in terms of hotels are making some changes, they have to do more to deal with the heat wave situation in terms of, yes, they want their tan, but there has to be limitations and there has to be shade sheds and that kind of thing. So health is broad. It covers a lot of things, and we're just taking it step by step and doing the necessary improvements to curtail certain things from happening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good. And I just wanted to say, even in terms of the mental health factors, health promotion is another area to help the public understand, you know. I had a situation where I realized, you know, students will also come in to us and they'll speak about, you know, just not being able to focus, being very hot as well, you know, like in our health centers. And, you know, it sometimes to make sure we don't miss things, because we don't want to know somebody's developing a chronic illness and we miss it and just say it's to the heat. But really and truly, we also have to let people spend more money to checking, because you have like thyroid issues that can give you like heat intolerance. You have to make sure you assess these persons, you know. So we're appreciative of the information. It's just that we realize too, you may have more complaints that may let our population also have to spend in order to protect them in the long run as well. You know, so the public education, very, very important for the mental health. I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. And also another thing Janelle Williams had said, which, you know, I guess she prefers if I mention, is using your Outlook can also help, because based on fogging for like mosquitoes, for example. What did you say, Janelle? If it's too humid, the fogging is not going to be effective. So based on your outcasts, we can make sure that the resources, the limited resources that we have for fogging is, you know, utilized as best as possible. Then we can use other methods, because remember, as I said, with public health education, we can tell persons, okay, use their repellents, use lighter clothes, you know, so, and then hold off the fogging until the humidity is best. Okay? Mm-hmm, no problem.
This is the kind of information that will help us, because what you've mentioned there is how the Met Service could assist the health sector. What we can already tell you, and I know I speak with Mr. Destin's permission here, is that we have rainfall data at the village level with our network of automatic stations, Bethesda, Cobbs Cross, Diamonds, Orange Valley, and so forth. So what already I'm seeing, Dr. Johnson, is that if we can provide daily, monthly, weekly information, or even give you some advance notice at the 2-week time scale, which is a sub-seasonal product that we are looking to develop, we can tell you from now, the next 2 weeks in advance, what is likely to happen in terms of rainfall. It means that for your vector control areas, vector control mechanism and policy, we could give you some indication as to where the wettest areas are likely to be, what they have been, so you could focus your attention in those areas where you have more water on the ground. So this is why this National Climate Outlook Forum is important, because we now have information in which we can tailor some products. That's one of the objectives on the meeting, that we can tailor specific products to ensure maximum efficiency at your sector level. So I just wanted to piggyback on that. Is there anything else, Dr. Coffey, anything from you?
The only thing that's coming to mind is the smart...
Just a minute. I want to hear every word.
What is coming to mind is the Smart Hospital project that that is, being established around the Caribbean, and smart hospital, smart health centers. I am not sure, I can't speak to exactly where we are, which health centers are being used for the smart hospital project, where these health centers would be equipped to take on, the providing of care for persons to be any stop because of climate issue at the general hospitals. All right, so they are fully equipped and have a structure.
We want to hear every word.
Was the only health facility that was actually considered smart. Smart has to do with greening as well as being safe. So just like in Tortola during Irma, where a lot of the politicians had to actually go to their smart hospital to finish their meetings, their cabinet meetings, Mount St. John should be the safest of our health facilities if we had the full impact of Irma here. The others we still are working on, but then again too, we need to do a lot of work. But just like Mr. Edwards said, a little at a time, right?
Let me also say here, Mr. Desson's presentation outlined the probability for a quiet, normal, and active season and to
It also creates a special. Sorry. It also identifies for us in a way that we can isolate the climate change impacts that we're spending on, and that is necessary. So going through the budgeting, and that's the intervention I want to make to ensure that as we move forward, we actively engage the budget officers who are responsible for this, so this goes into plans and policies.
We just can't be all talk. We have to start having the level of interaction, documentation, and agitation if we're going to see any changes.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just so happy that she's guiding us, because last year, for example, we did have a budget meeting with NODS. I don't remember being a part of the one for Ministry of Health. But I think, Ms. Imaf, you were there, right? We were actually doing our intersectoral STAR, where we look at the risk, and then our health disaster plan. And I remember taking a few minutes stepping out during that meeting. So after we would have shared that with nods, I think I had a little confusion in terms of, was that enough of interacting with the budget officer, even though I wasn't a part of the health? Because health would have sent forward my previous budgets alone.
Miss Weston.
To be honest with you,
Want to capture everything?
Miss Weston is your budget analyst, or the analyst assigned to the Ministry of Health. So any discussion relating to your budget, whether it may be a project or not, you would have to contact her at the budget office and set a meeting and have a discussion.
Okay, and any of us can do that. As senior officers, we can do that.
You should know. Usually, whatever you're discussing, you must have a backing or feeding from your PS, because your PS have to sign off on certain documentation. So it's not just coming from you. It has to be like part of your ministry's policy, your priority, that the priorities end up into the budget. Not all your priorities feed into the budget, because as you know, we have a limited purse. So upon discussion and setting your ministry's priorities, you all would decide through consultation exactly what you need to enter into the budget. And that is where we comes in after.
May I also say that the discussion could be broader than your particular sector. Am I correct, Donna? For instance, if there's another sector that may have a similar objective, it may help the case where you have not just one ministry and one permanent secretary, but another permanent secretary seeing eye to eye with your ministry, your permanent secretary, making the case to the budget office. That also, I believe, gives us a greater chance of success. Okay, so what we're going to do now, because we're going to have to hear from APOA, unless you have a burning question, and you could ask a question on any presentation that you've heard earlier. But let's transition to hear from water. You have any? Are there any questions? Okay, so Veronica, yes. If you want to stay, you can stay right where you are.
Well, my back is turned to most persons.
Oh, well, let's come around here then. Let's sit right here. Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Now, it would be remiss of me to just say APA water.
Maybe I don't want to turn back the PS. So let's take him a little bit. Come here. You can sit here, please. Yes, good.
Thank you. Now, for me to just come and say, I'll just speak about water. APA is an entirety of technology. So we have the water business unit, we have the electrical business unit, and of course telecoms. And so this climate outlook affects the entire body of APA. How does it affect us, and what do we do about it? I cannot speak comfortably on the electricity side nor the telecom side. However, I can tell you that, for example, things like storm management teams for all our sectors have been developed. And so once we know that we have an outlook of more above average storms for a year, the storm management team for each sector of the APA looks at what is likely, looks and budget towards shoring up things, and so I can speak to that. However, I'll now speak to water and what this outlook does. Our water sector is very closely affiliated to CARICOF, which is the Caribbean Climate Outlook. And so, of course, we play a very intimate role with our Met Office. Sometimes we think the Met Office and APA Water probably work together. We have no formal, if we need information, it doesn't have to be formal, just pick the phone up. And so we're very closely in contact with each other because in the water sector, that climate outlook decides what you get at home and if you get it at home. And no funny remarks, please. But on a very serious note, I can break the sections down for you. We have the sections, for example, groundwater and surface water. If we don't pay attention, and the hydrology section pays attention to these outlooks, if we don't pay attention to what the Caribbean outlook and the national outlook is, we're going to be in trouble. Simple things. Do we reduce what we remove from the ground as production for groundwater? Are we able to increase because we're looking at increased rainfall? Is our aquifer levels going to fall? These are the things that we look at. Then we have to look at how much rainfall are we expecting? Is it going to be a wet season? Is the dry season going to be wet? This dry season was wet. We smiled a lot at APA because the other day our dam at Potworks, our major water source, surface water source, was extremely dry. It went down to 0, and within 2-3 days it's up 6.1 feet. And so this wet dry season was really good for us, and we did look at things. The other day we were looking at our water levels in the aquifers, and they have risen, which is a very positive note for us. So without this outlook, we can't plan properly. So I just wanted to know how very important this work that the Met Office and the Caribbean CARICOF team is doing does affect the water. And this is Antigua. We know we are a water scarce country, which terribly affects what you get as potable water at home. Because of the droughts that were predicted all during last year, we had to start looking at increasing desalinated water, and that's a very expensive cost. People come and they'll say to you, so why we don't just bill a lot more? Because we can't afford to. The energy cost, the cost of maintenance of membranes is extremely high. So listening to this outlook is where we can plan effectively and financially better, knowing that, yes, we're getting a wet, dry season, we can breathe a little easier. And it makes a difference. It absolutely makes a difference. I don't know if it's as important to the other sectors, but believe me, we need it. And it is really, really something that we look forward to seeing. And it's how we effectively able to provide the water that we give to the public. The outlook for sea swells is extremely important to us because it adversely affects all of our, well, not all, except one of our reverse osmosis plants. That particular one it does not affect is because we have drilled wells, and so we take the water directly from the wells by the sea. But the intake for all the other plants are directly from the sea, which means if the water swells are high and the seas are very high, chances are sometimes you have to turn off the plant because the quality of water adversely affects our membranes. And when you're looking at a membrane that may cost $800 US a pop, and you're looking at 30 and 40 membranes, think of the cost here. And that's the cost, and that's just a reality. And so Dale very often gets a message via WhatsApp. See, I tell is very informal. Tell me about the seas. And then he says he expects sea swells to be XXX. So we know what to expect. We know what's coming at us. So these things are really, really very important. Last year, I don't know if it is me personally, but I found that the sea swells were astronomical and fast coming, and it adversely affected what we could give to the public coming from the reverse osmosis plants. Also, if we expect very high seas, the wells that are close to the coast, it will affect them because of saline intrusion. And one of the things that we look very closely in our hydrology section is a well being affected by saline intrusion from the sea? Do we shut it off? And let me explain to you, if we shut off a well, it might take another 100 years before we can use it again. Yes, we've had wells with saline intrusion in Greencastle, and they've been off for almost 40 odd years because it just does not fix itself. Nature does not fix itself like that. Nature takes time and a long time to fix itself. So these forecasts for us is what we depend on to survive properly and to be effective in the things that we're doing in providing sustainable water service to people. We have a hurricane plan. I can speak to it intimately because I was the one who developed it for the water department. And I listened to the forecast and I breathed a little sigh of relief when I saw that El Nino and El Nino seem to be having a issue between one another. That's great for us. Because now I can say, oh, maybe. Although it's predicted to be a little above normal, which we have already discussed among us at the hydrology level, we're still hopeful that it is not as impactful. But then, like I keep saying, one storm can do it all for us. So we can have 50 storms, but only one can do it. So we still have to be very careful. And so in the preparation, and we're looking at a little above normal, it means we have to spend money in shoring up our plants. We have to think ahead of the game in spending excess finances in securing our wells, in securing our small things like generators at our treatment plants. Very important. We have to shore up our roofs. So if we're looking at a relaxed hurricane season, we can relax a little. But if we're not, then it digs into APA's financial pockets a little more. And so I can't ever stop emphasizing the need for this climate outlook. And I would like to say thank you, Dale and the team. I would like to open for questions, but disclaimer, I'm not talking about your water service.
Let's show some appreciation to Veronica. Just two quick things to mention. She's not speaking for the electricity, but I can tell you, and she can attest to this, that during the passage of a tropical cyclone event, APOA moves its team to headquarters. They are in place, and they're waiting for the Met Office to give the all clear before they deploy. And what we have seen over the last couple of events, within 24 hours, they're already restoring a lot of areas, the hospital and key infrastructure. We have to give them some support. Show them some love.
The decisions we make as to what we restore first, even in the water section, is dependent on what we call a hierarchy system. Of course, we're going to restore the hospital first. Of course, we're going to restore some areas, protective areas, defense force, the police, because those are the areas and people that needs to be there on the ground. So, yeah.
Are there any questions to Veronica vis-a-vis water? Oh, yes, go ahead, Ivor. Let me come.
Burning question, but only eliminate one of the major ones. Yeah, the reverse osmosis plants. We had a discussion at NASM 2 days ago, somebody from APA Water, and about the same thing. If there's on groundswell, the plants are offline because the sun and so is disturbed and will damage the filters. Now, the gentleman had said that they have reserve tanks for about a day or two. Do we have a problem, or do we have if we have, like for George, a hurricane like George, where we have bad weather staying around for maybe a week?
Yes. Is it similar to that? No. Okay, well, hold on. Let's give Veronica a chance to answer. Yes.
Okay, our system, and we're trying to make it even more robust, where the storm plan is we're expecting a storm within 24 hours. Which tanks do we fill first? and leave in reserve for the after effect of the storm if things happen. Also, you have to remember, sometimes after the storm, lines have been washed out. But we do fill our tanks at certain points, given the time limits of the impending storm, so that there is a backup plan for if the plants are not working, if electricity does not come on. Some of our tanks are fed to you via gravity, so it doesn't need electricity. But so we look at our system, and that is how we make it as robust as possible.
Question at the back, Molly. I kind of like this first name basis now, because informal, you know?
Yeah, and I prefer first name. Mr. Barnes is my father. But it's just a quick question referring to you said, you know, when we have these storms and whatnot, it puts APA under a lot of financial constraints, which we would understand. So my question is, does either APA generally or the water unit or any other unit have a budget for disaster preparedness and response?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. In our annual budget, of course that's that. Yes.
Okay, so let's thank Veronica once again. Cheryl James and Mr. Cole, the director and deputy director at NODS, had to leave. They actually gave some very good news, actually, with the PS and Dale right afterwards, coming out of cabinet. But they asked to leave, but they intend to come back. So, Dwight, you want to tell us about, from the energy sector, how this forecast will inform you and your colleagues and, you know, your sector, please?
This is just informally, but the forecast certainly basically, okay, you're talking about homeowners, right? Okay. And it's along the line of what I was thinking of, because Veronica said some stuff that is very potent in terms of the utility standpoint. But what I think needs to happen is that not only the utility continue to upgrade and fix where necessary their own internal systems, for example the distribution network that in some cases needs to be upgraded, along with the plant that needs regular maintenance and stuff like that. But in tandem with that, I believe that, and this is something that's on the books, that each home, you should not have a house here in Antigua and Barbuda that does not have at least 2 tanks, maybe 400-gallon tanks, on a proper concrete base, and a pump, and a proper, as you said, catchment system. That should be before you even start talking about APOA, because guess what? A storm comes tomorrow and it impacts us. Let's say it's not too serious. You cannot be expecting to be calling the utility, asking them when water is going to come. Because guess what? These plants work based on the availability of electricity. So the water unit is tied, their hands are tied if the electricity department does not go around these linesmen, go off and make sure that things are okay. Then is when they're going to send power back to these plants, and then after that, then no, they have to look, and what Veronica just said, check the seas, make sure that the seas are what is in reserves to send whoever the customer. So you see all that process I just said there. Meanwhile, you're home sitting waiting for APOA, when we could have our own internal system that, yes, you're hooked up to the utility, but you're not solely depending on the utility. Now, to answer your question about how this impacts the energy use. We have always advocated for a sort of a smart way of not only building your home but adaptation. For example, I'm speaking of these pumps. The pumps that they're making right now are quite efficient. Some of them, you can even get a solar pump if you need to. But in most cases, you don't have to, right? Because they're so efficient. Not only that, the whole use of power. Because guess what? It always comes back to the utility as well. Not everyone has $30,000 in the bank to go and put a 3 kilowatt system on the house, right? However, now you have cases where these systems are being made available, albeit it may not be as fast as we want it to, but there are homes right now in Antigua and Barbuda, the regular Joe, that have been investing in their own solar system at home. And these solar systems can come now and help to basically assist you as the customer in recovering from these storms, whether it through me powering your pumps so that you can get water. There's something that just came on the market the other day. I don't know if you all heard of it. Water, the WUTA, the Japanese WO, right? So that basically is a system where they're testing now from Japan that can recycle your wastewater, basically gray water, right? It is wastewater, yes, but it's gray water, right? And I think the percentage that they came up with is somewhere between 95 and 97% reusability, right? And quite a few persons here in Antigua have already approached these persons to test out systems like that. And so far the reports are that it's good. Right, so these are some of the things that can be done.
I want to be a bit more specific in addition to what Dwight said, because for my little knowledge and understanding here, so we're forecasting above normal temperatures for the maximum daytime, nighttime as well. Okay, so this puts more pressure on the grid, the national grid. What if we consider doing some energy change in light bulbs in our homes? Wouldn't that be a practical way in which we can lessen the pressure on the grid? We have an airport that runs 24/7, massive electricity consumption. They have put some of their demands on that plant. You see going up there, the solar plant. What if we consider some of these little changes in our homes? If you come out the room, you take off the light. If you run the fan and nobody in the room, you take off the fan. I mean, if we're not thinking this level of practicality, then you could see how more and more pressure on the grid. If the grid collapses, is every... By the way, we had an interesting situation during the passage of Irma. By the time I got home from the Met Office, current off, you listen to the radio, people are putting pressure on APOA because they want to charge their phone. Can you imagine that? Hurry up, bring back the car. So what I'm saying is that we have to take some responsibility and make some small changes, reduce our energy consumption, especially with a forecast like this. Because if we reduce and become more efficient with our electricity responsibility, then we put in less pressure on the grid, and that could assist. Veronica?
Not an energy-related observation. However, higher than normal temperatures in the day affects us at potworks, Dunnings, Breaknock, Bodyburn. I'll tell you why. Those are our reservoirs, and Give us a day with very hot temperatures and a nice stiff breeze. Serious evaporation. Potworks can evaporate as close to 1 million gallons of water a day. Given that kind of situation.
Okay, so you see now, oh, by the way, anybody grew up in Grace Farm? We churning up water since we little. So, and nothing for us to chop some water, right? Anyway. Right, Linda? All right. Go ahead, have a question.
No, Mr. Page, I heard the gentleman they talk about solar pumps, and you talk about energy saving light bulb. And I'm asking, well, it's not electricity part of it, but I'm asking, what are we really saying in terms of what we're doing? Because if you drive around Antigua even now, there's some lights and all the football field and basketball courts. These lights are high energy light, and they are on all day. So to change my little light bulb when one of those big bulbs, our fixture, burns way more than all the bulbs in my house, doesn't make no sense.
No, it does. Because what we're saying, the discussion here is we need to have a national policy or national discussions that it takes everybody to be responsible, both at the individual levels and the public, etc., etc., etc. There's a question at the back.
Those light bulbs on the wheel and also take out the cover too.
Oh, you can pull the curtain and but no trouble AC, please.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry.
Wait. I want to hear from the gentleman for the day. So tell us your name and go ahead.
All right, so my name is Sinclair Jeffers. To answer the good doctor's question, first in Fort Road, we have a football field, but we have a caretaker. So if I pass it anytime I see lights on, I know who to call.
You hear that?
And I believe every football field in Antigua, I believe, has somebody that has a responsibility that knows where the switches are for those lights.
Okay. So we could do something like NODS then. NODS has a directory of shelter managers, etc., etc. If we publish a list like that, then anybody knows if I'm in Cedar Grove or if I'm in Bethesda, I know who to call if I see wastage, water wasting, light wasting, etc.
Good afternoon again. I hope you all don't think I chat too much. I'm presenting after lunch, so just consider this me warming up. But it's a contribution to follow up what Dwight said regarding some of the priorities for energy when it comes to climate change. And it's something that we don't think about too often, but I just want to bring it to everybody's forefront of your mind. But we push a lot towards solar energy, right? Because it's free. We have sun more than anything that we have here. But there are two things that we need to consider, and that's one, the solar panels don't actually work with heat. It's more so light is what gives them the power, and too much heat. So we're talking about the radiance stored today can actually make them less efficient if it's just too hot. Yes, so it's not heat that they work with light. That's the first thing that we need to consider as we push more towards that. And the second thing that I think is a bit obvious is that if a hurricane come and they gone off your roof, then the investment that you made is now gone, right? So we need to consider these two things as we look more towards climate change.
I think Marley may just put a dent in some business. Because your honesty is actually enlightening. Yes. Okay, that is light as opposed to heat that fuel and make this more efficient.
Thanks, Arvin. So as we're about to go to lunch, I just want to note things that were said. Yes, something that was said that are noteworthy. On the matter of the vector control and humidity, previously we were told that wind was also a big factor in your decision in carrying out vector control. The good news is that we can provide you with forecasts fairly easily to guide your decision in your vector planning. So that's a fairly easy fix. It's similar to Veronica asking about swells, and it was just a simple matter of, okay, I'll do that for you. That's easily. I'll WhatsApp you the forecast and you can be guided accordingly. In terms of the matter raised by Dwight regarding the flooding at the hotels, that was a very important question to raise, because as was mentioned by Alvin, whereas we have the meteorological elements that we follow and we know in terms of rainfall what would have happened, we don't quite have an appreciation for the impacts and the damage and loss. And I'm using the term damage and loss because that's now an internationally recognized term in which we are seeking to have those that are most responsible for the climate changing be funders and providing, as it were, some level of insurance to those of us who are at ground zero for the impacts of climate change. So it's very important that we capture these impacts. Oftentimes we go to other meetings, we ask to present on what happened during your last hurricane season, what happened during your last wet season. We can talk about the rainfall events and the storm events or the various hazards, but oftentimes that section about damage and loss, we have to put an NE because it's just not available to speak to and to inform those on the outside as to what we would have experienced. So it is critically important that we pay more attention to the whole aspect of damage and loss, the ability to go out and assess it after an event. And whereas we need for the quote-unquote big events, the small events add up. Okay, they add up over time. And so we need to also pay attention to those smaller events in terms of damage and loss. In terms of our activities with the various sectors, going forward we are looking at having MOUs in place to institutionalize and concretize some of these arrangements and to foster closer working arrangements so that we can, as much as we're able to, cater more specifically to the needs of the various sectors, especially what the WMO has tagged as the climate sensitive sectors, water, tourism, energy, health, disaster risk reduction, food security, agriculture, tourism. So we are, that's the aim in terms of going forward, where we have these agreements and we look at co-designing, co-producing, and co-delivering the services that we are providing. We don't know it all, and that's obvious. And we need to, come closer together in terms of working closer together. We bring the knowledge of the hazards, the elements, the weather and the climate. The specific sectors bring the knowledge of how it impacts them, and we're able to hopefully produce products that can help and enhance those sectors in terms of the ability to become more resilient and the ability to not only eliminate losses but see opportunities where they can increase profits. The Red Cross has formally approached us on an SLA, and I'm going to ask Victoria to speak a little bit about the aims of the Red Cross in this regard. I think it speaks to anticipatory action based on forecast. So just as what we're doing here, where we are indicating to you what is likely over the next 6 months, and the Red Cross is now looking to take this information and act on it, put certain measures in place so that in the event that things were to go to worse with respect to, for example, the hurricane season forecast, they are in a position to act quickly and respond to the needs of the population. So I'm going to kind of put Victoria on the spot a little bit, but I'm sure she's quite capable. Thanks.
So, all right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, Victoria from Red Cross. So yes, we have engaged the Met Office in a formal MOU, This forms part of our capacity building as a national society so that we're able to collect information and respond quickly to any emergencies and disasters. And MET plays a very serious role in this, especially as it relates to disaster relief emergency funding. So our mechanisms, both regionally and internationally, are triggered by information that we receive from our MET office. It triggers, okay, we'll be able to get funding and resources at this time to support the country and the community. In addition to that, there will be not just a one-off, not if something happens, but it will be source and forecast monitoring, trigger development and validation, forecast-based early warning dissemination. In addition to that, we did send out an email to a few stakeholders for a steering committee towards our Ready 360 project with the Three Oceans Group. This is to develop a sub-regional early action protocol, which we're looking to launch in June, and MET will play an active role in this regard. In addition to that, we recently completed our climate risk assessment, that MET attended our, what was it again? Our climate screening done in November, and that was sent out to different stakeholders with the data received from that. This was collaborated with MET, NODS, UE, and other stakeholders there. So that is basically the form of collaboration with the Met Office, and looking forward to a positive response soon.
Thank you, Victoria. And Victoria didn't say this, but the Red Cross is one of the pillars in the whole early warning for all mechanism. I'm Marley going to speak to that, but Red Cross is very critical in that area.
So we have just about 5 more minutes before we have lunch. We are on target. What I want to do is to get some final comments. Now, we didn't hear from the other stakeholders. I would like to hear from, if it's possible, West Indies Oil, for instance. With hotter than normal temperatures, do that have any effects on your operations? You know, fisheries want to win as well too. Any brief comments? I mean, on a forecast like this.
Okay, I'm Sharma John. I've been listening and I've been paying keen attention to the sectors that are impacted, and we too feel the impact of climate change. We feel the impact of hot weather. We feel the impact of rainy weather, and so, you know, we talk a lot about essential services and what essential services are. And I think without fuel, a lot of essential services come to a grinding halt. And so we too are looking at the outlooks. And from time to time, we've had to tap into the Met Office to get information on outlook. And I'm sure many of you would recall quite recently, as December 23, because of weather, we had a shortfall of product, of cooking gas. You know, 2 days makes a difference for us in terms of the vessel not being able to berth, or the conditions are not safe enough for our crews to get out to our jetty and be able to accommodate the vessel. And also, this weather affects things like our subsea pipelines that run from the jetty all the way up to our facility. Flooding impacts those pipelines as well. We need to check after storms if those pipelines are, you know, impacted or if they are operational. And we consider things like marine pollution as part of our contingencies as well, because if we do have any impacts on our facilities, then we have a bigger problem or an additional problem to consider. So, you know, climate change does affect us. We want to have data that we're able to plan. We want to have the data so that we're able to plan our stock levels at you know, critical junctures. Certainly, when everybody hears a hurricane coming, everybody's calling for fuel. And, you know, we want to remind the public as well to be responsible with their use of energy, because West Indies Oil has to get to the power plant to get fuel to keep the lights on. And we rely on, public work, some of those agencies to clear the roadway. We rely on APA to tell us, yes, their systems are ready to receive fuel. So there are lots of intricacies that we need to consider, that we have been considering. More recently, we did an exercise. If, in fact, our jetty were to be impacted significantly, that we can't berth vessels, then we have no fuel. It's one thing to have fuel on island and can't get it to your customers, but if we can't get the fuel here, that's a whole different ball game. So we've been ramping up our contingencies, and yes, we have budgeted, and budget comes. I'm using that word loosely because budget is money, but we have tried to budget as much as we can for some of these eventualities, but it's work in progress, and so we want to certainly continue to get some information that we are able to use to justify obviously some of these improvements that we want to make to our facilities.
Thank you so much for those contributions. I once heard that it's always good to put aside something for rainy days, but sometimes too much rain come. But anyway, somebody had a hand up. Yes, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. I realized a few times during the session this morning we would have spoken about the situation with the flooding down at the hotels just down the road, and also we were talking about damage assessment. There are mechanisms in place. I know for sure that after every event, whether it's a major storm event or the event that we had just a week and a half ago, that the NODS would be asking us to go out and do our damage assessment. Thankfully, the situation that happened just a few days ago, it was minor, so I only had one issue to report. So I'll switch gears now and go into looking at the key messages and the concerns for the fisheries sector. If we're looking at above normal temperatures, when Dr. Blair was doing a presentation, she would have touched part of it when she mentioned about coral bleaching events. Elevated temperatures, we're looking at bleaching events for corals, and also Mr. Page would have mentioned earlier about the ocean trapping the heat, and with that there's also carbon sequestration. And when you have a lot of carbon in the ocean, it also leads to ocean acidification. So these are things that could adversely impact the marine ecosystem. Precipitation. Now, for the next below or near normal, when we're looking at fisheries, we're talking about food production, food security. We also have to pay attention to food safety and food safety protocol. We want to make sure that the fish that you receive, that you're eating, is healthy, has been produced on conditions that are adequate for human consumption. If we do not have water, we cannot make ice. We cannot properly wash the vessels or the food processing areas. So these are things that we have to look at. If we have excess rainfall, then we have to look at the immediate coastline. Because, you know, for us, we switch from one gate to the next, from very dry and to very wet. When it's dry and the soil becomes loose, and then you have 2 inches of rainfall in the next 24 to 48 hours, then you have a lot of soil sediments running down to the coastline. These could smother the reefs. It gets hopefully the mangrove area would trap some of it, but as we were talking about earlier, with coastal development, we have been losing a lot of the mangrove areas due to these developments. The drought concern, just as I mentioned, if we do not have water, then we have issues. Now, above normal hurricane season, Just like everybody else, when we have a storm coming, we make preparations and we try to get to a safe location. It's not so easy to do for a fishing vessel, depending on the area that you're in. Some of the areas, protected coves and bays that fishers used to go and place their boats, back in the day when we had much smaller vessels, you pull them up on shore and secure them. Vessels have become a bit larger over the last 20 years. So finding hurricane shelters for them has proven to be a bit more difficult. Some marinas would charge some exorbitant fees, and the fact that insurance companies are very reluctant to offer insurance for commercial fishing vessels also plays an important role. Now, during the hurricane season, fishers have already started to put measures in place to mitigate loss of gear, etc. So for persons who are engaged, let's say in the fish pot fishery, they would tend to reduce the number of fish pots that they would deploy leading up to the peak of the hurricane season. Doing that also reduce the impact of ghost fishing, which is fishing by fishing gear that is not under the control of any human. When they reduce the numbers, the loss also should be reduced. Some fishers have also created clever ways to dealing with it, whereas they would try the traps that they have at sea, they would set them in deeper waters. When I say deeper waters, I'm talking about 150 feet or deeper, where the active wave energy on the bottom is not as strong as if you were in, let's say, 60 to 80 feet of water. So the mechanisms that are in place is not just from the management perspective, but we also have to look at the industry and what is being done from their side. And we try not to look at things in a silo, because fisheries is connected to agriculture, is connected to tourism. When I talk about the runoffs from the rain, from the excess rains, if we're looking in areas that we have, like in the area around Cades, where we have the Cades Reef out there, but we also have a thriving agriculture sector within Old Road and Erlins. If you're talking about persons using chemicals, pesticides, etc., we have to look at the impacts that these would have on the nearby coral and the marine ecosystem.
Those are very enlightening comments. Are we ready for lunches yet? Not quite. Oh, there was a hand right here.
Simply here again. It's for the lady from Western Israel. My question is, your zone is a explosion. What are your evacuation plan and drills for the person in your immediate environment?
Okay.
I don't know if I have a climate tailored response for that, but I would tell you to run. I mean, that would be my, if you hear an explosion and you live in that you're looking for, well, perhaps you would want to tell me what you recommend. I mean, if I live next to a petroleum facility and I hear an explosion, my first response is to get my family and run.
But in my case, I live directly on the Youngans. I live in Crown Gardens.
You know, that's unfortunate that you live there, because Crown Gardens, as many of you, there's so many young people here, but many of you may not recall that it was the prison farm.
Yes.
And we actually have people, unfortunately, I suppose you're in that unfortunate group, that live 20 feet away from our fence. You live less than 20. That's even more unfortunate. I mean, whether you came first or last, no, I believe Western Desire might have been there before this good gentleman. However, I am saying that given your proximity to us, you would want to develop a personal plan to leave. Because if we have an explosion, we are looking about what's in, yes.
I've said before, I think we need to have a conversation amongst the stakeholders, homeowners, Western Soil. If there's an explosion, what is your say to? Where do you run? Hold on. Because of where it is located, right? You have to understand. You have part of Silver, you have part of Pathways, you have Rollies, you have Fort Road, you have Yards. So even if you're going to run,
I don't know that
what's this? Sinclair, I don't know that I have the answer for you today, but we can exchange numbers so that we can have a further conversation. But my initial response, and I mean, I have to look at it certainly from a business perspective. The Western Oil is not moving. We're not going anywhere soon. I'm not suggesting you move, but I'm suggesting that you develop a plan, perhaps a neighborhood plan, that you an evacuation plan, some kind of contingency plan.
By the way, this is not inconsistent with the dialogue, because in disaster management, you talk about adaptation, you talk about mitigation. Some things not going to change, so we have to change. So what Sharma is suggesting, a way forward could be to begin to look at this thing from a community level to see if a plan could be devised under the circumstances that would benefit the community.
I did not like the reply. I think that the owners should be, and hold on, I'm not saying she's the boss. I'm saying the owners should be on West Oil to be engaging with the community, the immediate community, to instruct them, because West Indies Oil has the expertise, who has the understanding. It does not have to be an explosion. It could be hazardous chemicals also a leak. And saying one is one thing. You need to engage the areas that the people live in the vicinity to say, listen, you have to be, if there's hazardous material escaping, you have to be maybe 100 feet, 200 feet, 500, you have to get to this area clearance from the facility. So the Westerners need to look to engage the people in the community in terms of safety in case of an emergency at the facility.
Okay. Well, to be clear, she's not close to the dialogue. She did actually exchange the numbers so we can start the dialogue. Let me also say something else, because Dwight was the first to raise it. Because what I heard is that Western Oil was there before a lot of people moved closer and closer to the facility. It's sort of what we have in this country, where we have a waterway for decades and hundreds of years, water flow there, but it dry up now, and we go and build right there, and then when the house gets flooded over, you blame DCA. Or you blame this. What I'm saying, I'm just trying to be practical. We do need to have that level of community engagement between APU, between the WEOC and the community to see possibilities. How do we handle this disaster? And I think she's close to that. And that is one of the takeaways. I couldn't help but mention we tend to do a lot of things in this country, and we know that if I build my house right there, is a waterway. It may not have been flooded for the last 10, 15 years, but what if we have that one in a 50-year event, one in a 100-year event, and we end up having some problems? Who do we blame?
Okay, question. Is that development that you're talking about, and I'm trying to expose your business per se, but is that development a rental development, or is it something that homeowners would have went to the bank, got a loan and built that, or it was a developer came and built that and then people just come and occupy? To who? A developer? To homeowners? Okay. Here lies the problem.
Yeah.
left hand know what right hand doing, and that's a problem right there. I think I see where you were going with that. If it's a developer, you don't have much to do, and okay, I think I would have kind of, hey, the food ready yet? This is a can of worms here. Okay, all right. Hurry up with the food, please.
I just want to make a comment on hydrology side of things. Very often, a lot of us think that people know, they don't know. We've seen people build things in the watercourse, and in speaking, they're like, what are you talking about? They don't know. This is why we have agencies of the government to inform people. And I think a lot of times it does not happen. And I'm talking from the experience I've had in a hydrology point of view. A lot of times people, you've not had a flood there for the last 50 years. So a lot of people would not have known that. So they've built a house because it looks stable. And that's what happens. And so to me, a lot of the information that the Met Office holds, a lot of the information that DCA and whoever is doing town and country and urban planning, they are supposed to be aware of these things. And the individual people just really don't know a lot of times.
Anyone else? Dr. Johnson has a comment. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, as I said earlier, this collaboration is good. And health has to do with the mental but also spiritual well-being. When we're making our plans, realize that sometimes there are deaths in disaster. God forbid, right? But the same way like how Sharma exchange numbers and some action will be done, you now know. So go back and educate your community and let us be ready, because even this hurricane season, I represent the church as well, not only the government and the Ministry of Health. I don't see who you have here from the Christian Council except NODS, because NODS would incorporate them. But we have to be ready in all ways, not only with physical infrastructure and all that we're doing with our planning, but also we don't know who of us is next.
We need coping mechanisms. We need to have that level of being able to talk to one another and so forth. Okay, so I think we can. We're not ready yet? Okay, so still gonna try and stay. No, I'm more concerned about after lunch. We have to stay on schedule, right? So, but we can keep going until the food is here. Go ahead, Victoria.
All right, so just a question. As climate change and other... All right, as climate change has a significant impact on our fisher folk, I would say that because we just completed the EVCA, Enhanced Vulnerability Capacity Assessment in Barbuda, and one of our main targets are fisher folk. And we do have fisher folk community and so forth in Antigua. What I wanted to understand was, with the way that climate is affecting us actively, how has the agricultural fisher folk area, fishing division, right? Fisheries division, prepared these persons in terms of livelihood and resilience towards these things?
So for years, even before the hurricane season, and to cope with other climate events, we normally would have discussions, whether through forms of extension officers going out and talking to a group of fisher folks informally, or we have consultations with the fisher folk. Under when we overhauled our fisheries legislation in 2013, came into effect in 2013, we implemented a program, the Fishers Professional Development Program, where we have different training courses for commercial fishing operations, and one of the modules that we look at is fisheries as a business, and these are issues that we will talk about. So what it has to do with general savings, preparing for the so-called rainy day, how to safeguard your assets, looking at alternate means of income, whether it's outside the fishery or utilizing another fishing gear to adapt for unforeseen climate events. These are things that we have been having the discussions. As a matter of fact, for tomorrow, I'm scheduled to be in a regional meeting that's organized by the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, where we're looking at disaster preparedness for the fishing industry.
Okay.
Why I asked that question is because a part of our Ready 360 program, which is a regional campaign in different areas, the fisher folk are one of our main targets, and I wanted to understand if there was already an existing mechanism for livelihoods for fisher folk. So thank you.
Okay, Andrea, I want to engage you just for just a brief moment, because we have actually heard from just about everybody in the room, you know, which is good. Dale, that's good, right? That's about everybody in the room we've heard from. But from an operations standpoint, Andrea, how does information like this affect you, your sector, with loans and approvals for projects, etc., people are building and so forth, so forth, so forth? Just tell us some of your thoughts and your interaction with information you've heard this morning.
Okay, thank you. I'm Andrea from ACB Caribbean. As it relates to the outlooks, us receiving outlooks, it helps us with our business contingency plans and our disaster recovery plans. It also helps us with our product offerings. For instance, if you find that there's, like in 2024 when there was this heat, excessive heat, then we would want to offer products like loans for cooling, for AC units and stuff like that. It's not just for increased profits, because of course with new products offerings, of course we're going to have increased profits, but also it helps us with planning. When we're doing our risk assessments, we look at, like for instance, you spoke of the number of possible hurricanes and the number that would most likely be category 3 and above, and so we're able now to look at our resource allocation just in case we should have a number of category 3s. Who are the personnel, who are the staff members that we're most likely going to get? What areas are they going to be functioning? Because we have to look at our critical functions. Of course, customers don't want to have access to their funds. You may have increased withdrawals because your properties would have been destroyed or damaged, and so of course you'd have to purchase stuff for renovations, and so other persons may want to get loans, and so we want to make sure that we know which staff are likely going to be coming in, where they're going to be functioning, so that our functions or core functions can continue. So we look at persons who are living in the low-lying areas. We know they're not going to be able to come in, so of course with our contingency planning we're looking at training persons, you know, to study what you're doing so that they know how to do it in the unlikely event that you cannot come in due to some disruptive event. Also, it informs us as to how we're going to go about doing our investments. You know, we're not going to want to look at certain areas because, of course, we may be at a loss, right? So it affects us with our bottom line financially, and also with our product offerings, and just how we plan to stay in operation even when the electricity is off. We spoke of West Indies oil, and just the other day we were having a conversation, we were having a discussion, because of course we have our backup, we have our generators and stuff like that, we'll have our backup fuel and all of that. But I raised the question the other day, what if West Indies oil cannot provide us with fuel for whatever reason? Maybe it could be some trade war or something, and we got caught in the middle and we can't get any fuel, and so our generators run out of fuel and our backup is empty. What do we do? How do we ensure that our systems can remain running, so when persons want their monies they can have it, you know, and people have to buy their medications and stuff? How do we remain resilient? And those are the questions we're asking now, and so this is why we're so intrigued for opportunities like these where we can come and hear, you know. It's so good to know that we can get the outlooks. It's there for like a 3-month trajectory, so we can plan, because we want to make sure that people are still able to have access to their funds. Also, it helps us because now, if for instance we have job losses, persons cannot service their loans, and so here it is, we're going to be faced with a loss, and we have to make sure that we have funds so that we can, you know, in the interim, we can, because of course we will have to maybe offer some moratoriums and, you know, facilitate persons who may not be able to service their loans for a 3-month or 4-month or 5-month period. And so we have to budget for periods like these. So this is very, very important to us. And I'm sure other financial institutions may come online eventually. It's really helpful for us.
Andrea, I'm so happy to hear your contribution. That really excites me because we tend to think about other sectors, you know, but to hear you speak so well about the impacts and the interest in what the Met Service is doing is really, really exhilarating. So, Dr. Blair, oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes, raise the hand. Sorry.
Hi, I'd just like to speak on the Department of Environment side pertaining to climate resiliency, I should say.
Let's raise the voice a little bit, yes.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better now, yes.
Okay, so, well, I'm sure everyone is aware of our Shutters and AC program. So the lovely thing about our ACs is that they're energy efficient. So it helps with that heat wave during the summer, and we have been having a lot more applicants as summer is approaching. Additionally, we do our shutters as well. They are up to, well, I won't say up to, but they are hurricane resistant, right? Eco-friendly, made out of polycarbonate. So there's that. And additionally, we are also looking at a lot more climate resilient, eco-friendly building materials. So as I said, like before, polycarbonate, we are also looking at cement sheets, we're looking at cladding. Literally right now, we will be bringing in products that is not only that they're climate resilient, they'll keep your house cool, but they're also eco-friendly. So instead of having to use cement, you won't really have to use cement again. But
Cement.
Oh.
You didn't say cement, but we got you didn't sound like cement, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so you won't really have to use cement again, but
We could use substitutes.
yes, we do have a substitute.
Would not impact the environment as much.
Exactly.
Well, thank you very much for your contribution. Adele?
I just wanted to say that the information can be used for research as well, and I just wanted to flag that I had used the information from the Met Office. About 2 years ago, I did a journal article on the impact of the Sahara dust on visits to medical institutions, and it showed that there was a lag. After 4 days after the event, that is when the visits increased.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can use it to do so many things, and I think that we should do a little more research so that people can buy in more and believe in the science.
So what you're saying, Adele, we have to be open to there are impacts beyond the immediate passage of a hazard. That is information. If we could catalog something like that, then that could be very useful. It's probably okay. Could I just tell us something?
Trade. But I'm sitting in for the permanent secretary.
Okay.
So I don't want to overquote and to say the wrong thing.
Right, but that's all right. But just tell us one thing that you're happy for so far in the morning, from what you've heard.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from this morning is like from the different stakeholders. Okay, like you're talking about the oil and how it can affect everyone if there's a disaster of some sort, and then I'm hearing from concerning with We're talking about the Red Cross and
yes.
the impact, what they can do in certain situations. And another thing is every stakeholder is kind of is connected in some way. So that's what I'm picking up.
That's important.
Yes.
And if I may just close this segment by saying, and Dale would have mentioned it earlier, our goal is to develop partnerships. We give information to the public generally, but we want to go even beyond that, because we believe that we have a plethora of data that could be useful, and products could be developed to help specific agencies. I go back to health. If you're concerned about mosquito infestation, you want to focus your areas where you're getting the most rainfall. So you don't have all of the catchment with breeding grounds. You focus resources in those areas. If you're talking to financial planning, etc., you may want to look at your seasonal forecast, because it tells you down the road if it is a higher chance of risk, is a greater burden on the financial resources, etc. So we are hoping, coming out of this, that you will seize the opportunities to create even closer synergies with the Met Service, so we can begin to co-develop products that will better serve in your particular sector. So we're gonna break now, but before we break, we put some numbers on your tables, because we're setting up for an exciting time after lunch. I know you may be tired and hungry, but you can't miss after lunch. That's where the whole room will get noisy and whatnot. So we have some activities right after lunch. So I'm just putting you in the frame of mind that we're gonna get raucous, sort of, right after lunch. Okay, so you have to look forward to that. We can get loud and so forth. So I want to thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause. You've been so engaging. We have gleaned so many insights. So we're going to break for lunch now. And you can just take your lunch if you want to stay here and eat. If you want to stand up and, but just to spill the people, them food on the people on the ground. So, and we're going to try and get back here in about 40 minutes. And we will pick up right after lunch. All right, thank you very much. Bon appetit. Hello and welcome to the tropical weather update for Saturday, 30th September 2023, your 2 p.m. position. I'm climatologist Owen Page. We continue to monitor two systems, Philippe and Rina, both tropical storms. Philippe located just about 455 miles based on the 11 o'clock a.m. position. 455 miles to the east of the islands at 16.9 degrees north and 56.3 degrees west. Philip is actually moving towards the southwest at 5 miles per hour with peak winds of 50 miles per hour. Meanwhile, Rina located further towards the east-northeast, just about 850 miles or so to the east-northeast of us here in the Eastern Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda. Rina moving at the west-northwest towards the west-northwest at 12 miles per hour with peak winds of 45 miles per hour. Rina has lost some organization. Meanwhile, we've been watching Philippe over the last couple of hours. Philippe is gaining a little bit of organization. We've seen lots of bursts of convective activity. And interestingly enough, there's a plane investigating Philippe, and what we are finding is that Philippe is moving further towards the west than we anticipate, and this southwestward motion is worth watching. We still expect Philippe to loop towards the north, as we'll see in the next couple of graphics, its forecast position, but just to identify that the system is moving a little further west than we previously anticipated. In fact, as we go to our next graphic, we will see a bit more closely Philippe, investigating Philippe. Notice the southwestward motion over the last couple of hours, and this is worth watching because we still expect it to loop, but the further west it comes, not expect
for it to come all the way across the Caribbean islands, even though some models, I must stress, are indicating that the westward motion could continue for some time, bringing it a little closer to us. But the official forecast is for Philip to loop towards the north over the next 24 hours or even a little beyond that time. So we're watching Philippe. There's an aircraft hunter up in the system at the moment, and for the 5 p.m. position we will get an update as to the most recent developments with Philip, and the picture will become a little bit more clear for us here in the Eastern Caribbean. So the official forecast for the 11 a.m. position would see Philip continue on the southwestward track before looping sometime tomorrow, becoming a hurricane sometime on Monday, and staying well east of the islands, and of course moving all the way up just to the southeast of Bermuda, maintaining hurricane status all the way into Thursday. So the system is not expected to really move out of the area until about Monday. So we're watching to see what motion Philip continues to take, and again, the further westward track, southwestward track it takes, it means that it will come a little closer to us. We're still hoping the official track holds and Philip to loop up towards the north and towards the northeast over the next day or two. And just to finally conclude, the forecast for today calls for some bit of cloudy spells, mainly late afternoon and tonight, as the presence of Philip will make the area moist and unstable and supporting shower activity. We should get to a high temperature around 34 degrees Celsius, 93 degrees Fahrenheit today, with the winds out of the northeast. So far for the month, rainfall total 81.5 millimeters, or just over 3 inches. So until the next update, I'm Owen Page, wishing you the best, and God's blessing for the rest of the day.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Magela Álvarez y le estaré presentando las condiciones del tiempo en el Caribe y en el día de hoy alguna información sobre los tsunamis. El Centro Nacional de Huracanes establece un área con un 20% de probabilidades de desarrollo ciclónico en los próximos 7 días. En las próximas 48 horas, las probabilidades de desarrollo son de 0%. En el Mar Caribe tenemos a la tormenta tropical Rafael, la cual se encuentra actualmente transitando al sudeste de Jamaica, y se pronostica que en las próximas horas alcance la categoría de huracán, por lo que se establece una alerta de huracán para la zona occidental de Cuba y de tormenta tropical para la zona central. En los próximos días se espera que esta tormenta continúe su movimiento hacia el oeste-noroeste, y cuando llegue al Golfo de México la incertidumbre de los modelos se hace más grande, pero hasta ahora se pronostica un posible debilitamiento. Hay que mantenerse vigilando este sistema a ver qué va a hacer con su trayectoria e intensidad. En la imagen de satélite podemos ver la amplia área de nublados asociados a la tormenta tropical Rafael, como está produciendo lluvias intensas sobre Jamaica y las Islas Caimán, y cómo esta continuará con su movimiento hacia la región occidental de Cuba. Para mañana miércoles estará transitando sobre el occidente de Cuba. En nuestra área de pronóstico tenemos condiciones secas para las islas de Antigua y Barbuda, San Kitts y Nevis. Tenemos al norte de nuestra área una vaguada, la cual se lo está generando nubosidad alta. En las Islas Vírgenes Británicas se espera que en la madrugada de este miércoles se esperan algunas tormentas debido a la vaguada que se encuentra al norte de la región. Tenemos transitando por el Atlántico Central una onda tropical, la cual tiene un movimiento hacia el oeste, y esta se espera que genere condiciones de inestabilidad en los próximos días, por lo que manténgase informado acerca de la trayectoria de esta onda tropical. Estamos en el mes de noviembre, el último mes de la temporada de huracanes. Actualmente se encuentra el nombre de Rafael, el próximo nombre en la lista es el nombre de Sara, y aún quedan algunos nombres disponibles para los organismos que se puedan formar en lo que va de mes. Hoy, 5 de noviembre, es el Día Mundial de Concienciación sobre Tsunami. El tema de este año es Prepárate para el tsunami, el conocimiento salva vidas. El Servicio Meteorológico de Antigua y Barbuda está realizando una campaña en nuestras redes sociales de educación y concienciación sobre los tsunamis. Esta campaña hace un llamado a la acción, la percepción del riesgo, el conocimiento de las señales de alerta y de los pasos para mantenerse a salvo. ¿Qué es un tsunami y cómo ocurre? Un tsunami es una serie de olas generadas por un repentino desplazamiento del océano. Es decir, puede que ocurra un terremoto en el interior del océano y esto produce que la masa de agua se desplace en ambas direcciones, provocando una inundación, un aumento del nivel del mar, por tanto una inundación en las zonas costeras. Las causas fundamentales de un tsunami son los terremotos, con el 79% de los tsunamis producidos son causados por terremotos. Entre otras causas se encuentran las erupciones volcánicas, los deslizamientos de tierra y otras causas como por ejemplo el impacto de un meteorito, que es una causa poco probable, pero existe la probabilidad de que pueda generar un tsunami. ¿Algún tsunami ha impactado Antigua y Barbuda? El registro más antiguo que se tiene es de 1960, luego que un terremoto causó un deslizamiento de tierra en Nevis Park y este provocó un tsunami en las costas de las islas cercanas. En 1975, un fuerte terremoto en Portugal provocó olas en el Atlántico, olas que viajaron a través de todo el Atlántico e impactaron no solo la isla de Antigua, sino las demás islas de la región, incluso llegaron a las costas de Estados Unidos. Esto demuestra que para ser afectado por un tsunami no tienes que estar cerca del epicentro de donde se produce el terremoto. Además, las erupciones volcánicas del volcán de Montserrat han causado pequeños tsunamis que podrían haber afectado a la isla de Antigua con el paso de los años. Aquí tenemos el mapa de evacuación para casos de tsunami en San John. La zona amarilla es la zona que podría ser afectada por tsunami y la zona verde es la zona de evacuación o la zona donde deberías ponerte a salvo. Ahora, ¿cómo reconocer con señales naturales de que puede ocurrir un tsunami? Primero, si estás en la costa y ocurre un terremoto, o si ves que el mar se retira y sientes un rugido que proviene del mar, estas son señales claras de que puede ocurrir un tsunami, por lo que se recomienda que te alejes lo antes posible de la costa, busques lugares altos. Si no existen lugares altos, puedes buscar construcciones también y subir por encima del tercer piso y mantenerte en esa área de evacuación hasta que una autoridad dé la señal de que la alerta de tsunami ha pasado. Además, puedes reconocer las zonas de tsunami con este tipo de señales que se encuentran alrededor de San John. Si quieres continuar informado, puedes seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales. Estaremos posteando más información sobre los tsunamis y puedes visitar nuestro sitio web o llamar al teléfono 463-4638. Esto es todo en cuanto a la información meteorológica. Muchas gracias.
I trust that you had a good lunch. And before we get right into our sessions after lunch, we sorted out some issues with the QR code. This one has a survey. For those of you who may not have done the survey that we sent out early in the week, you have a chance to do the survey here. And so we will be looking at that a little bit later. Now we are going to transition to the third block. And in this block, we are looking at early warning for all. This is an initiative that would have started, and early warning for all and climate services. This is going to be a very interesting, very informative session as well. So I want you to give your full and undivided attention. Well, first, we have two presentations here to make. Marley Barnes will come first. He's going to talk about the national progress on early warning for all. And so let me invite Marley to come and make his presentation. Oh, we're going to load it. We need to load it. So, and right after Marley makes his presentation, our own Leonard Josiah is going to come and he's going to talk about some exciting news about one of our recent developments at the Met Office. You can't afford to miss this. All right, so, okay. So, if you still have any questions from this morning, we'll have another time to ask some questions a little bit later. And so you can write it down if you want to revisit anything. And then right after Josiah makes his presentation, we're going to have a game. All right? To test you to see how much you've been listening all morning. And again, I remind you, this is probably the first workshop you're going to go to where you are rewarded for listening. Huh? All right? Okay. Ready? You can go ahead and talk in the meantime.
All right. Good afternoon again, everybody. Unfortunately, I have the task of going first after lunch. I am not the ruckus that Mr. Page promised. I don't know what that's about, but that's not this presentation. But I'll try not to make it too boring. It's definitely not long, so I can tell you that. And before we even start, I want to encourage, some people say don't ask questions. Ask me questions. Anything that you might be unclear about, I may not have the answer, but I can try to give an answer or point you to the right direction. So for sure, just ask me questions. That's all. So we're going to get it up now. I see it. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we've been talking about early warning systems pretty much for the entire day, but I don't think we really spoke about what they really are. So what this presentation is about is where we are right now regarding the Early Warning for All initiative for Antigua and Barbuda. Now, some of you in this room know what that is because you've been involved in the process. We started this way back in 2023, and it's still ongoing now. But some of you may have been hearing about this for the first time, so let's do a very brief recap of what it is and where we are now. So, like I mentioned, the rollout phase for this initiative began back in 2023. So what the Early Warning for All initiative is, it's in 2022, the UN Secretary General put out a call saying that they need to have all people on Earth covered by early warning systems by 2027. So an early warning system, despite what the name sounds, isn't really technologically based. For the most part, it's actually human based, and it talks about being able to prepare for the different types of hazards in advance with enough time to give people and the vulnerable populations a chance to prepare and be able to better recover after the hazard. So what are some of the features of a multi-hazard early warning system? Well, it's one of the crucial elements when it comes to disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. to mitigate and prevent the adverse effects of various types of hazardous events. They must be rooted in awareness, in risk awareness, so the people involved must be aware of what's happening. And that goes for not just the experts, but for the audience, for the community members as well. And they must always target the most vulnerable communities and be able to disseminate messages between everyone so that we can have ensure readiness and timely action. So the initiative itself are built on four pillars plus one. That's what we call it. So the plus one pillar would be the governance pillar. Let me just go back a bit. Each pillar of this initiative is led by a different UN agency. So that's what's in the bracket here. Pillar one, well, the governance pillar and pillar one are by UNDRR, that is the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Pillar one refers to just having knowledge about the different hazards that may come about. For instance, maybe we suffer a lot from flash floods here. We spoke about them a lot today. Risk knowledge for when it comes to flash floods, it'd be something like knowing all of the areas where flash floods are prone to happen. So that would be risk knowledge. Pillar two would be detection, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting. And that would be all of the work you see at the Met Office. So this is referring to, in our case, mostly hydromet hazards like hurricanes, tropical storms, or whatnot, but it extends to just way beyond that. And that's being chaired by WMO, which is the World Meteorological Organization. Pillar 3 is warning, dissemination, and communication. So now this is referring to actually, you already observed it, you have some knowledge about it, so now you're trying to get as many people as possible to take action on it. That's being led by the ITU, the International Telecoms Union. And pillar 4, preparedness and response, which, as you would imagine, would be preparing for the disaster itself and being able to respond adequately. And that's being chaired by IFRC, which is the umbrella organization for the Red Cross. I think it's the International Federation for the Red Crescent. So those are the pillars. So how did we get here? This is just a brief timeline of what's happened so far, and it goes all the way to Q4, Q1 this year. So the first two things we did was we had 2 consultative workshops. That's where I met a lot of you in this room. And through that, and through consultations, we developed a gap analysis and an implementation plan. That gap analysis and implementation plan then went on to become a funding proposal to the Green Climate Fund, GCF. So through a lot of different consultations and whatnot, we finally were able to submit a funding proposal in December 2024, and it was approved in February of this year. What do we get from that? It's just about 10 or 12 million US dollars to implement some of the activities that we listed in the implementation plan. Yeah, it was a lot of hard work by a lot of people in this room, especially Nods. Sherrod isn't here, but Sherrod was instrumental in doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to this. So where are we right now? We're currently doing the institutional and the legal work to get the money from the GCF. A lot of stuff that's happening like way above me, not the most interesting things, so that's happening. But once we're already dealt with the lawyers and the contracts and whatnot, we're looking to have an inception workshop and a launch by Q4 of this year to maybe Q1 next year, the latest. We're looking at February 2026 to be like the absolute latest time it could start. So it could happen anywhere maybe from November, October the earliest, to anywhere from around February. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to talk about some of the intended outputs from the GCF aspect of it. So if you remember, I mentioned that there's 4 pillars plus 1. The 3 outputs are really just combining the pillars into different outputs. So output 1 is really pillar 1 and the governance pillar and pillar 1 merged together. So we're trying to improve the governance and the coordination mechanisms for disaster risk management in Antigua and Barbuda. Output 2 is a combination of, again, pillar 1 with some of pillar 2. So we're trying to increase our knowledge and our ability to forecast things. And output 3 is a combination of pillars 3 and 4. So we're talking about disseminating information and being able to prepare for disaster so we can build back better. So coming up towards the end now, it's a long document with a lot of different activities. So what I'm going to do next is just talk about 2 activities per output. So that even if what I'm mentioning is not relevant to you, there may be something in the full proposal that is. So in terms of output 1, 2 of the activities that we're looking at is we're trying to update our Disaster Management Act. This act has been unchanged since 2002, which is a long time ago. That was before social media, that was before smartphones. So things have changed a lot since then. So we're trying to update that to be more in line with what's happening now. Another thing we're trying to do is to formally adopt legislation to establish the Met Office, because that came up as one of the things that is a gap. And I didn't even know until we had these consultations that like the Met Office is just is not like it's not established by legislation. It's established by what, custom, I think. It's just like customary. Essentially, there's no paperwork supporting the existence of the Met Office as an entity, which prevents them from being able to do things like access funding internationally in a way that established agency perhaps could. So those are 2 things we're doing on the output 1. For output 2, we're looking at developing an online platform where all the government agencies and stakeholders can upload their risk data, hazard data, and be able to access it among each other, which we don't have currently. One of our biggest issues is data sharing. Like a lot of different agencies have data, but not everybody has access to it freely. So we're trying to do what we can to change that. And we're also looking to build the institutional capacity within the Met Office to strengthen the infrastructure of the office itself. So now this is referring to the staff, the technical staff there, but we're also actually talking about the actual physical space, because that's one of the biggest issues. Again, I didn't know this until I saw it myself. So I feel like Mr. Dustin needs to just like have tours through the Met Office so we can understand the dire situation, but they just don't have enough room. There's not enough room. There's somebody in a server closet somewhere with a desk, not the best conditions, and it's things like that. And these are the conditions that they're in, where they produce some of the most important work in the island, right? So we're doing our best to support that on the output 2. For output 3, we're now looking at communication again and disaster response. So now we're talking about developing a national emergency telecommunications plan. That would be done in collaboration with the Ministry of Telecommunications, NODS, etc., and all of the stakeholders. And another snapshot is to develop disaster management plans for fisheries landing sites. So this came up in our consultation with Mr. Horsford, I think his last name is, from fisheries. Yes. So there's a lot of different landing sites for fisheries, but when it comes to hurricanes and things like that, there's not much in the way of helping the fisher folk to recover after an event, similar to like Hurricane Beryl last year with Barbados, where their fishing sector was really devastated by that. We have things like that too, but we need to have the mechanism to help the fisher folk recover quicker. At the end, yeah, sorry, just we're almost done. Next steps is always like the second to last slide. So the next steps, like I mentioned, we're here right now looking at the legal agreements between the GCF, UNDP, and UNDRR. We're currently trying to sensitize as many people as possible on the initiative itself, like this forum here. So we're trying to do more things like this. We're trying to establish the coordination agreements, because it's not going to be just NODS or the Met Office implementing things. A lot of these things we're doing have to do with other people in this room, APUA, the Ministry of Tourism, Public Works, DCA, Legal Affairs. So there's a lot of different players involved, and we need to begin the work of sensitizing people. Of course, when a new project means procurement, to hire people, to get staff and things like that, so that has to be done. And like I said, we're aiming for a launch by the latest February 2026. So we'll see how that goes. And I think that's it. Now we can do the questions. And if you have any other questions, feel free to email me to ask, and I'll try my best to answer. Thank you.
Let's show some love.
Thank you.
Any question? Yes, Dr. Jones.
That's good. Sorry I had to step out a little, but when I came back in, I was so excited to see the telecommunications plan. I just wondered, that telecommunications plan, I know it has to do with early warning, but would it also incorporate the other sectors, even though you'll be working, you said, with Ministry of Information? And the reason I'm asking that is because concerning the VHF radios as well too, you know, that's something where we're lacking in Ministry of Health. Some years ago we had asked like NODS, that's before, you know, I met you and everything, but I find that we're kind of a little stagnated there. So that's the main reason, because we had tried interaction with the Ministry of Information, and then, you know, we've had changes in PSs and stuff like that. But I just wondered how you plan to go about that. Thanks.
No, thank you. Well, yes, so because it's a national emergency plan, it would involve, by necessity, all of the major sectors. So there are things talking about VHF radios, not just for health, but for like first responders, the fire service, the police service, defense force. There's plans to help to get each designated shelter to have their own telecommunication equipment that's there all the time and not just in emergencies. So there are different aspects of the plan itself that we're looking at, including working with health and things like that. I'm not a telecoms expert, so I can't really say exactly, but that's what I hope that helps. Yeah.
We have time for one more question before we have
And then you can just email.
Yeah, and Marley is available. Email address is there. So if you have any, yes.
And my phone number is 774 Mali, 774 my first name. That's my phone number, so you can contact me there too.
Yeah, thanks. Mali is very transparent. He's willing to give out his cell phone number, which is good. I just want to commend Mali. I mean, he talked about Sherrod doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but I know he did a lot of heavy lifting too. We would have met twice at St. James's, and we would have cheered, and certainly I appreciated the way he went about cheering the whole process and moving it along. So we certainly want to thank you for your efforts and look forward to your continued effort in driving this process forward. Thank you.
So now, thank you, Marley. We are now going to hear from Leonard Josiah. Leonard will talk about one of the most exciting initiatives at the Met Office, and will zero in as well as to how it forms a part of early warning systems for all and the delivery of climate services. Let's welcome Mr. Josiah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, good afternoon. I was just so intrigued to hear Marley speak just a while ago, because it seems as though he took a lot out of what I was going to say. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's so important when we can unify in our message. We have one purpose, and that one purpose is to ensure that early warning for all initiative is for not only for us here, it's so that all lives can be spared. Yeah? Come on, talk to me now. All lives can be spared, and I do think that that's supposed to be the mantra that we have here. Insofar as we do represent different sectors, we are supposed to be one in the context of saving lives, and I'm so happy for today's initiative. And today I'm going to be speaking at just giving you a glance, what it says here, at the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Services Media Center. I have two Met officers here that used to be Met officers, so let me just shout out Adele. Adele, we go way back, and she does not want me to call her name. Veronica is right here. How many of you know that Veronica used to work at the Met office? Yeah. I got to do that. But you know, the initiative that we're here to talk about is for this afternoon is one that I'm very passionate about, and it's the aspect of communication. Communication is the key. It's the gap between what we do at the Med Office and the response from those individuals who are on the outside. If we miss that particular gap in true communication, then we would have failed our stakeholders. We would have failed in the context of getting them the message for the saving of their life. So, here this afternoon, we're going to go back in time. Is it okay? It's okay. So I hope I can do it like down. Let's look at communication years ago. The way we communicate today has changed over the years. All in favor, say aye. I tell you, in the 1970s, let me take you back to 1970s. In the 1970s, it was all about what? Radio, black and white. Yes, man. Come on now. Talk to me there now. Black and white, solid gold. These were the tools used to get the word out. As a matter of fact, you used to sit down and wait until somebody come on the TV and radio just to get your updates. And sometimes those updates don't come until 6 hours. You're not hearing anything between there at all. What is going on? And it is because of the fact that back then, the tools that we have were only limited. Talk about early warning for all. But you know, I went to do a Google search today, and I said, let me go back in time to see what TV used to be. And this came up. It was a Magnavox TV. Remember Magnavox? Come on, talk to me here. Remember Magnavox TV? Yeah, Magnavox. As a matter of fact, the Magnavox TV used to have the clicks. Remember the clicks? Click. As a matter of fact, right on this little area here was a tuner. That if the resolution was not too good, you would have to fine tune it. You know? Yeah, you have to fine tune it. That was Magnavox. And as a matter of fact, I'm telling you, it even gets worse. Because in the context of weather reporting back then, it used to be only ABS. Yeah, it used to be only ABS. So watch me back in the day. I'm going outside. I want to hear the weather forecast. And you know what happens? Ain't getting ABS. So I have to go outside where the Magnavox TV was hooked up to. And there was an antenna. Hey, come on, talk to me here. There was an antenna, and you have to twist the antenna. You have to twist the antenna to some place so that you can get the correct signal. Oh, yeah, hold it. Well, oh, how far we have come in time. Magnavox to today. I went for, in the context of meteorology, I remember the days when Mason used to be on the television, and I'm not too sure if you remember, it was when we used to have the weather forecast, it used to be a still picture. Come on, talk to me. A still picture, yes. And we used to have a pen. And we used to point to this pen, and we used to go and point to Antigua and Barbuda. Now, this is Hurricane David. Strong category 4 Hurricane David. When was it? 1979. You seen one of the islands here? No. Such was the call of hurricane resolution in satellite imagery. I will see the islands. But hurricane is passing through. If you look good right here, you see a little thing right up there, the Puerto Rico. Yeah, way back then. And here's this, those images are golden images. Yeah, gold images, because we have come such a long way today. Let's jump ahead and let's look at communications now. Today, modernization has brought what? A new reality. It's not what we call what? Instant messaging. Instant. You're in Australia, wherever you are, you're getting that information. The world is now considered to be what? A global village. Because of what? I want to hone in on this word here. Because of what? The reach. Because of technology, information is what? is at, now look at what I did. Look at what I did. You see that Y-ers? I did it for a particular reason. Information is not only at our fingertips, which means it's not only at our fingertips, but it's also at your fingertips. So, wheresoever you are, information is available to you today. We have come a long way. That means that early warning for all is now a possibility. So how do we accomplish early warning for all? This is currently right now. This is tropical depression number 1E in the Pacific, by the way, not in the Atlantic, in the Pacific. Information is now at your fingertips. Matter of fact, I just downloaded that this morning because it's right there when you need it. Information is now readily for you. If we are going to bridge the gap so that we can accomplish early warning for all, it simply means that we have to harness what's available to us today. All that information is readily available. But here's this. It matters not that we have all the tools. If we don't know how to use those tools, we're going to be failing. So welcome to the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Services Media Center. This is a picture of it right now as we speak this morning. They were doing some training, so things were shifted around here or there. Let's take a look at it again. It's all the bright lights that you see on your television station. That's what's going on at the Met Office. I'm excited about this because it means then that all, even down to what we call professional audio. Professional audio, yes, my dear sister. You know what that means? I'm not too sure if many of you would have heard the audio recordings on your radio on the mornings in terms of your weather forecast. And you would have heard it not so clear sometimes, but now you're hearing it much clearer. Yeah, professional audio. That's where our media center is now giving you the information that you need, not only when you need it, but at the quality. But again, I always say this. Having the tools at our disposal means nothing if we cannot use it effectively. So how do we really use this media center in such a way to bridge the gap between what we do so that the information can go out there? Welcome to what I call WARN. WARN is what we call the Weather Alert and Response Network. It harnesses all the available tools of communication into one space that Met Office in itself can function by the messaging so that everyone on the outside, which is general public, and whom? Which is you, can get the information at the Met Office from the Met Office in times. Our messaging is going to be impact-based with all the hazards right there. That impact-based messaging is extremely important because it will let you know what actions you have to take also. So not only does the general public have that response, but the stakeholders would have access to that also. I'm going to be talking to you just in a minute about that. So here's a little bit more about the Met Office, National Weather Service, our messaging, look where the media center comes in. The media center comes in as the bridge between our Met officers and our forecasters so that they can utilize the tool effectively so that it comes out to you, the stakeholders. You understand? So let me go through it one by one. Over here you see National what? National Broadcasting Service. The National Broadcasting Service is what we normally do in television weather presentations nightly. You have access to the information, especially during storm time. When we do need to get out there, it will be there. Next to it is the team conferencing radio briefing. All of this is under the media center, by the way. It's what we call the team conferencing media brief. It's all under the concept of One Media. Now, what One Media does, let me give you an insight. During the course of the hurricane season, when Hurricane Lewis and all those things passing by, we all have different radio stations calling you at different times, and sometimes we don't even have time to breathe effectively. So what One Media is seeking to do through the advent of Teams, Microsoft Teams and those things, is for us to meet all the radio stations one time, one brief, one national brief, different times that will be agreed upon so that the word can get out to everyone via mass media. The media center is equipped to do that. Yeah? Come on, talk to me. As you go on and say, are you sleeping? Yeah, all right then. Under the web page, the web page would now tap into all the information concerning our watches, our warnings, etc. And that in and of itself will be another tool that the public will have access to. You've heard about the cap. Yeah? Yeah, that too falls under what we have to issue in terms of our messaging. But it all comes together over here too. Under what? Social what? Social media. So we are putting all of that together on Facebook, on our Instagram, on our X, on our YouTube. As a matter of fact, what's going on right now, you see it right here. Say hello to your stream. Everybody online seeing you. This is made possible via the media center. Actually, Ivis is one of the officers who is operating the media center in terms of the broadcast, etc. Vengeance also, we also have other two officers who are not here right now, Jaleel and also Michael King, correct? And all those guys, they are locked in. So this year's hurricane season, we are looking to roll out our change in terms of our concept of media in a different way, so that not only the general public, but you can get the benefits. Now let's go straight on into what I call the benefits of the media center now. The benefit of the media center is one in which we have to realize that the times have changed and we need to get with the times. Got to get with the times. Time has rolled along. One of the aspects of what we call forecasting is monitoring. Monitoring. Dale and Paige would have spoken to you about seasonal forecast. This seasonal forecast, if I'm not correct, Paige, then tell me, Dale, this goes out for 6 months or 3 months? 3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months. But in between your 3 to 6 months, we want to hear something. We want to make sure that there is climate monitoring to make sure that the forecast is correct. We want to be able to feed you the information to say our forecast as of April or May. We can record those forecasts based upon available data. We can show you that our forecast is verifying, Lord. We can show you that when you are saying that you are looking for a wet season and you would have made the plans for your wet season and things change, you're not left flat-footed. We give you at least an update to let you know with the assurance that our forecast is operating well. Isn't that something good news? So that if you have to make an adjustment, you can make the adjustment following what we call the monitoring standards, because every forecast needs to be monitored. It needs to be
I said, yep.
You're a true Met officer. That's a true Met officer right there. She understands the benefit of of monitoring. We got to, as a change, we want to be able to put out products on a regular basis, recording those seasonal outlooks, as Dale Wood said to me his vision is. He wants to be able to put those out there so that you, the person, the stakeholders, can benefit. How do we plan to do that also? We want to initiate podcasting. You see this thing here? I think Mr. Barnes spoke about how do we educate individuals. And one of the things that we have to be very mindful of is that true resiliency would come via education. When we teach people and show people what it is that they ought to be doing, etc., they would either do two things: shun the information, or they will adapt the information and make the necessary changes. We are hoping that as we embark upon these changes, that at least for us and the general public, they can catch the vision and understand that all of these changes that we are now implementing is for the benefit, not only of the public, but also for you, the stakeholders. So you're going to hear about the podcasting, the video recording of our climate outlooks, the video recording of our climate forecast, and all of those things and so on. That's now a real possibility. How we put that out? Well, we'll work that out, but they're now going to be available to you. Let's get to this one here. Direct stakeholders briefing. You know what this means? It means then that if we need to call a meeting because things change, we don't have to have a forum like this anymore. What we can tell you to do, join us online. Yeah? And then we can present to you direct stakeholder briefings so that you can understand if there are any changes and you want to ask a question, you have direct access to the Met officers now. It's almost like saying information at your fingertips. You don't have to wait anymore. This is going to be made available. As a matter of fact, even during storm time, etc., and you want to know certain things, this is now available. All of that via the technology. I want to, for just a minute, hone in on this last statement here. What does it say? Fast, accurate, and reliable. Under the theme you see over there says weather and climate for living, is how we make weather and climate for living applicable today through fast, accurate, and reliable reporting. That's on us. We're going to be measured by that statement. That statement is the operating goal that we have accepted for the media center. So when you hear breaking news and just like the hotels got flooded out, and you want to know what's happening, we should be able to jump online, stream information, or record that information so that it's made available on time. Times have changed, and so have us. We are in a new era, and this era is here to stay. I believe that it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time because of the fact that the media center offers us the capabilities of direct messaging when we need to and when we have to. Understand that? When we need to and when we have to. So as I conclude this little area, I just want to assure you that as stakeholders, there's something that is very special. Now here's this. I'm going to go back. This is why I left the bit for last. On this alert and response network overflow diagram, which would guide our operations, how we respond, how we think, there is a missing arrow. Can you tell me what you think that missing arrow and where that missing arrow ought to be?
The general public and stakeholders must give feedback.
That is the success of the response network. When we, the Met officers, are there for you, and we publish all of that for you, nothing beats when we get a response from you. Come on, talk to me here. That's why the feedback is so important in this whole context of the response network. It's not a network for me. It's not a network for Iverson and the technology. It's a network for all of us, so that early warning for all would be achieved. It will be achieved. And I know that starting this year, hurricane center season, it will be achieved. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
We have 5 minutes for questions, comments. Veronica?
Congratulations. I am very happy to hear that. But what is is there in process something to advertise this so people will understand it, how to use it, how to respond to you, and just generally get involved in it? Because sometimes we say that, but people will go, oh, I didn't know this was happening. So is there any program for the rollout of this so that, the whole country becomes involved?
Indeed. Yes, there will be public awareness. One of the things that have held us up is that we have some final discussions to be had with Team ABS, because remember the area that we spoke about, One Media? Well, all of that will be channeled through them. They're going to be the host of it. So we're trying to finalize how that will look like and how we will blast it out there. But I do know that there's going to be a public awareness campaign, how we will sell it. And already, look on our social media. We're doing a lot of that already, etc. But yes, indeed. But Veronica, that's a very good question. And yes, public awareness.
Let me take the opportunity, and I speak with Dale's permission here. The goal is to invite sponsorships, partnerships, support from the business community. Because one of the things that Leonard did not say explicitly, just as with the network of automatic station, all of this, the training, etc., is done in-house. No, I think you heard what I said a while ago. The Met Office has developed the capacity to do all this with our current staff. I want to show some love to our management, Dale and Lon and Leonard spearheading all of this stuff. So we're doing the training in-house. Guys like Iverson and Vengeance behind the scene and others are making all of this thing here possible. This is a tremendous accomplishment for a staff so small, and we didn't even have the legal framework and all kind of thing inside. So we want to make this pitch to the banking community, to the insurance community, to private sector individuals. Come on board. Fund the media center in various ways. We have the capacity to do podcasts. We can do advertisements with our permanent secretary's blessing as well. This could take off and actually create tremendous revenues for the government of Antigua and Barbuda. That's the potential of this media center.
Can I just share one little tidbit with you, just to show you how involved you can be? One of the things about true reporting for this, there is a place for individuals who we can dub as bona fide reporters. And let me tell you why. Because a lot of the images that some people would send back to us, we have to vet them before we put them out. You see what I'm saying? If there's flooding on the outside, we don't want somebody to take a flooding clip from Nigeria and say, look at what's happening in Antigua. So one of the things that we understand that we have to do is to locate people who we can have as real trusted source, who would have our eyes, who would have our backs. Because the capability, let me tell you what the capability is. In just one of our tests, I was driving down All Saints Road, and I took out my phone and I called back to the Met Office. In the case of flooding on All Saints Road, I took it out and I said to them, go live for me. And I was right there, snapping the shot on the spot, talking. Real live scenes, showing it back, and they could use it if there is a master control in the Met Office who is doing a live reporting. My camera can be used as a camera, as a reporting camera. Your camera can be used at this very same. If you give us the opportunity, we will send you a link. And then if you are so in tune and you say that you are located right here, then we can say, what's your name?
Sharma.
Sharma. We are joined live with Sharma. She's on site right at West Indies Oil. We're so thankful for Sharma. Are you hearing us very well? You got me? You got me? It is the capabilities of the modern technology that has given us the advancement for us to do this and make it possible. All of that is possible.
So as we wrap up and move into our final block, as it relates to early warning, the component of early warning, the Met Office is now equipped to ensure that our public gets information that is even more timely. When the news breaks, we're right on the scene as the updates are given from the National Hurricane Center. We could go live, we could interact. We solicit your feedback because this is only going to get better as we hear from you as to how we can improve, etc., etc. So another round of applause for Mr. Josiah and his presentation. Yes.
As you mentioned the National Hurricane Center, I was wondering that now with Trump 2.0 and the cuts that he's made in NOAA, how will that affect us and our early warning?
Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, that's a very good question, very relevant. So I would have attended the Region 4 Hurricane Committee meeting held in El Salvador earlier this year, and that was a question on everybody's mind. It became one of those elephants in the room. Eventually somebody did ask a question of the U.S. contingent as to, what's the situation, and they have assured us, at least for the next year, that they are fine, their budget is untouched, they haven't had any cuts in staffing at the National Hurricane Center, and so they think that they're fine at least for the next year. However, there's some other things that we have seen happen that will impact forecasting, hurricane weather forecasting and general weather forecasting. One of the things that come to mind is the fact that we had an arrangement where the U.S. assisted us in maintaining our upper ear stations. These are stations that let off these weather balloons that sounds the atmosphere and provide critical information for the weather models to be as accurate as possible. We know for a fact that when you withdraw the information, you see a decline in the skill level of the forecast models. That support has been cut, and so we have a few stations across the region that are not functioning as a result of the withdrawal of that support. That has implications, again, for the models and the level of accuracy of the models. So that's something that we are mindful of. There are other issues, there are other things that are going on. I mean, USAID is no more, as we know. And USAID there were several projects on the way by USAID. We had a project, early warning for all flooding, early warning system flooding, that was being funded by USAID. but that is no more. That has been shelved. And there are lots of other things. The other concerns that we have too, the administration has shown itself to be very transactional. So the issue of satellite image coverage, that is a concern regionally for us. Where we sometimes soon have to pay for that coverage. We already struggle in affording the basics. Our ability to pay for those things would be quite challenged. We are also concerned about how can the NCOF, will they continue to come as far south as they would normally do? Would they have the budget to continue to do so? Those are some of the concerns that we have. Even the very weather models that we have access to, especially from the US, will we continue to have free access to those models? And so from a regional standpoint, we're now looking more to Europe to try and solve some of these potential problems. But Europe too, in some ways, is cutting back. The UK would have announced that they're cutting back in aid, okay? And so it means more and more the reality that we should have been at 20, 30 years ago, where we seek to support ourselves, we seek to support regional partners, we pay our contributions so that the CMHs, the CMOs can function optimally. That is now something that is coming into clear focus, where we can continue to not prioritize supporting our regional organizations that we rely upon for support and for carrying out the work that we need to carry out. So I know at the heads of government meeting in Barbuda earlier this year, that was a big topic. By flying the wall that I would have cornered the number of heads and insist that they pay their arrears and so on. Hopefully we follow through on that, because we need to be able to support ourselves. We need to rely on ourselves more and not be looking to the north, because we see what's happening there. I can say more, but I'm getting in trouble. Okay.
Thank you so much. Those are, to answer your question, real concerns that we have, and we do have to make some adjustments, but we will work with whatever resources we have.
My question goes back to Leonard's presentation, where he spoke about, being like a live reporter. Yes. Suppose it's not 7 o'clock, it's not news time, and there's something happening. Do you have Met Office TV?
Okay, that's a good question. It's really linked to what we call our YouTube channel. It's all our channel, our Facebook Live channels. It's all our streaming platforms. But it's not ABS, but it's when we're doing our presentation on any platform that we're going live in terms of our streaming, etc. Yeah, that is the capability that we're talking about. Not on ABS. However, if we are streaming, follow this, if we are streaming through ABS, our platform is capable of having somebody's camera come in to the discussion, and it is joined with ABS. It can be done that way, but we just have to have some synergy between us and ABS to do that. But yeah.
Thank you so much. So now we are transitioning towards our closing, but we do have some very important things to look at, and I'll turn it over to Dale to talk about the survey.
Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to encourage you to go to the survey. We have 7, it's up to 15 now. Okay, that's good. So for those of you who have not yet done the survey, please do that. Meanwhile, Mihaela is going to go through her presentation with respect to what we're looking at developing and providing you in the near future, while you fill the survey and I figure out a way to share it with her, given that I can't hook up my computer to the system. So, Mihaela?
Good afternoon, everyone. So,
We will show you the climate products and services that we are working on. We will show you where to find them, and we give you a preview of the future upcoming products. So the first product that we are working on is the monthly climate bulletin. This is issued like at the beginning of each month, and it includes the climate information from the previous month, like variables like temperature and rainfall, and the information is shown in the math formats and text. And we also highlight the extreme value that happened the previous month, and also we include the drought monitoring information. So each month this bulletin is updated. The second one is the monthly climate outlook. So this one, it is issued like at the end of each month, and it includes information about the summary climatology from the previous month and the seasonal outlook for the next month and for the next 3 to 6 months. So the forecast variables are temperature, rainfall, and we also include drought outlook with some information about drought monitoring. So this is a monthly update, so you can have the up to 6 month outlook, and it will be updated each month. The third is the monthly drought bulletin. So it has like more detailed information about the drought conditions and the drought outlook for the short term and the long term drought. And we also include some implications. This is issued at the end of each month to include the outlook for the next 6 months. So you can find our products on our social media. You can find us at ABMS Service, and also we're working on to show on the website. And also, if you are interested, so you can contact us by email or by telephone and request our products. So for the future, we will working on sector-focused bulletin. So this bulletin will include like climate-specific information tailored for each sector, like health, tourism, water, energy, and energy management, agriculture, and also we going to develop like video bulletin in video format. And we also will be doing like subseasonal outlook. So subseasonal outlook, the time frame is for the next week or to the next 2 weeks. So it's like not short term, it's subseasonal, like from 1 week to 2 weeks. And this product could be like excessive heat outlook and excessive rainfall. Also, we will be working to develop the website where you can find all these products. So like the key message that is the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service is committed to delivering climate service to all sectors and the population. As part of the early warning for all, we ensure that the information reach the highest number of people possible, and including individuals with disabilities and other language speakers, like Spanish. So we can broadcast our products in Spanish now. So that's it. Thank you. Yes.
So thanks, Mahila. Mahila mentioned that we are almost ready with the website. She would have showed you just the home page. We will work with management to make sure that all of the objectives are met. But this is a key component with the communication, where you can go to a particular place and get all of these products. All right. So Dale, yeah, ready to come with the survey? How are you? It's not quite ready yet? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so It's time now for the game. And I'm your host, Alex Trebek. All right? So it's time for us to play Climate Jeopardy. All right? Climate Jeopardy. The most exciting climate game that you will ever play. So, you're already in teams. Yes, that's why the numbers are there. So, team 1 is here, including PS. Right? Team 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. How are we going to play this game? Take us to the other page, Mahela. You'll notice that we have categories. And each question are money questions. Money questions. So you can choose a category and choose a value, because at the end of the game, the team with the most points would win the game. Okay? So this is where now all the questions are here are based upon presentations throughout the day. So you can grab your notes, review your notes if you want, but you don't have a lot of time because you have 5 seconds to answer. Okay? No, we don't use buzzer. So I just want to hear, I just want to see who hand go up first. It's a small room. And by the way, if you do this, I'm going to see you, and somebody do this, and they're after you, I'm going to go to them. So raise your hand sufficiently so I can see you. Okay? So how this goes, we are going to, when your turn comes, you say, for example, I want hurricane season for 400 points. You get your question, I read the question, and whoever put up their hand first gets 5 seconds to answer. So team members go have to find a way to talk among themselves, and we're going to have the whole day. No more than 5 persons per team. None of the tables have more than 5 persons. Right? No more than 5 seconds. But none of the teams have more than 5 persons. So we're good. We're good as we are. Right? So Vizzy is going to take the points. And because we're in May, team 5 going to go first. That good? That fair enough? We're in May, so team 5 going to go first. So team 5 is going to say what category and for how many points. Then I would read the question, because the question is going to come up on the screen. If you put up your hand before I finish read the question, you get disqualified. Huh? You have to wait until I'm finished reading the question, and Delphi, you'll be my second eyes to tell me which hand go up first, right? So let me stay at the side over here so that Delphi could also see which hand's going up first. Again, if you put up your hand before I finish reading the question, you're going to get disqualified. Okay? Once you put up your hand and you are recognized, I start to count. Not your 5 seconds, my 5 seconds. Okay? Once a question has been asked, it will no longer be on the board. We will tally up the results, and the team with the most points at the end of the game will win the prize. No prize there for second place. Is winner takes up. Why you want prize in second place? You didn't win. I'm saying only first place getting the prize. What prize? You have to wait. You win? No. You will get to know if you win what the prize be. Of course it's worth it. You see $1,000 right there? Okay, so Team 5, mark you, the questions are going to be based upon what you would have heard this morning. So let's see how much you were listening. Team 5, are you ready to play Climate Jeopardy? All right. So Team 5, you get to go first.
All right. We will go with hurricane season.
For how much money?
200.
For 200. Don't have the question yet. So they want hurricane season for 200 points. Here's your question. Does the hurricane season start on June 1st and end on... No. Me just... No, pull along my mic because you have up your hand. I'm going to read the question yet. No, Team 5 is not answering first, you know. You get to choose what category. So here's the question. Does the hurricane season start on June 1st and end on November 30? I'm going with Donna because all of you put up your hand before. Right? So let's get Team 3. Okay. They said yes. What's the answer? Yes. 200 points to Team 3. You have up your hand before me read the question. You have to wait. No. I have to read the question. You have to let me read the question. Okay, so Team 3, you get to choose the next category and value. Team 3. Hurricane season for 1,000 points. Here's the question. What is the chance of an above normal Atlantic hurricane season? Ari. How much? 79%. Let's see what the board says. 79%. We have $1,000 right over here. Oh my. 1,000 broad dollar note. No. I saw Ari. She saw Ari. You want to see for your people. But we are the, and by the way, the judge's decision is final. We can't appeal to the Supreme Court here, right? Okay, so you notice 2 questions off the board. So team number 4, you get to choose the category and value. As soon as we finish, put up your hand, not before. I may have plenty eyes. Okay? So let's get your category and value for hurricane season. Okay. What is the earliest category 5 hurricane to be formed in the Atlantic? Right here? Veronica.
May.
What is the earliest category 5 hurricane to be formed? She said May. We wanted the name of the hurricane. Mr. Destin, I'll let you adjudicate. Was it formed in May?
Yes. I just want to be clear as to the rules. Yes. If somebody, after an incorrect question, want us to get enough.
Well, it all depends. This one could have gone, but we have some yes and no questions. So we can't give that to somebody else because... Right? The earliest category 5 is burial. Okay, I tell you what. When was burial formed? Was it in May? Okay, so we were going to give her a couple, but May wasn't the earliest, right? So, and by the way, we're taking notes because, we're also taking notes. If the question wasn't as clear, we will go back to the drawing board for next year and we'll come back again. So it's not all at loss, okay? So, hurricane season, another question off the board. So, we'll give you the chance to go, choose the next category and question, and value rather. So you have climate summary, climate outlook, hurricane season. What's your choice? Climate outlooks for 800. Let's get the question. Is there a forecast indicating short-term drought concerns by the end of August? Right here. You were listening before. Let's get Jamie. Jamie. What's the answer? No is the answer. There are no drought concerns for next month, the next 3 months, or the next 6 months. Okay? If you were listening, you would have picked up that. Team number 3 gets to choose the next category and value. Climate outlooks for 1,000. Let's get the question. What does above normal mean? Table number 3. Table number 3. The judge's decision is final. So my team says, Dr. Coffee.
Above normal season, it means above the normal average.
Let's get the answer.
For the particular season. Above normal season, it means the amount above the normal average. In the top third. In the top third. In the top third.
One second. All right, I'm going to intervene here. So the first answer wasn't sufficient. I was hoping. No. I was hoping to have gone to somebody else because she couldn't get it. She can't get another chance to come in again. Okay? No. Hold on. Dr. Coffee actually got 3 chances to answer the question. Before I went to Mr. Destin and Mahela, they asked again and she repeated the same thing. Okay? I was gonna go to somebody else. So I tell you what, wait for me to show the answer. I will check to make sure it's complete, close to, and then we can ask somebody else if you're not satisfied with the answer. We good?
What she said was right. So, yeah, so that's why you asked the question.
You know what? No. I'll defer to my boss. Okay? He's the head judge. He is the unofficial head judge. So if he asks Dr. Coffee and she gave the answer, I will defer to him and give her the points. Okay? But it ain't gonna happen again. Okay? Go ahead, Dale.
The last part of what was said satisfies the answer.
Okay, so she gets the point. That's fine. But it ain't gonna happen again. All right? Yes. What is the judge, Steve? Oh, what are you saying?
If that's the case, right?
No, but what's happening possibly is if your team is selected, you can huddle and verify.
So, okay, I tell you what. You have 5 seconds to give as many answers. If me hear the right one after 5 seconds be gone.
Okay, 5 seconds.
That's a good compromise?
No.
Oh yeah, yes and no. So we can't get, yeah. You see, they have a teacher in the room. Yeah, teacher has some good sense over here, right? Okay, so we will give them the points, but we're not going to do it that way again. Right, so wait for me to show the answer. Yeah, give them the points. Give number 3 the points. Right? So in the future, wait for me to show the answer. Right? Okay. So within the third, we wanted to hear the third. That's what we were looking for. Exactly. You hear what I say? You hear what I say? You have the answer in the head. Nobody can see that. No. I'm not disagreeing, but we can't see the answer in your head. Okay. Oh, you see? I tell you, I'm going to get rockers in the air now. Right? Okay, so let's get, let's come back. You don't get the answer when you make nice one. Team 3 got the question and the answer. So we'll ask them now to make the choice for the next category. And the value. Climate outlooks for 400. Here's the question. Is the maximum temperature forecasted to remain within near normal ranges over the next 3 months? Five. No, you're late. Late. Right here at Ari. No. Ari says no. What's the answer? No? You said no? But me stand up right here, me hear nothing. You said no after 5 seconds, be done gone. I was counting 1, 2. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Remember, I was supposed to make noise in the place. If you can say no on their breath, I just like Adele had a question in her head. Me can't see, me can't hear. Right? No, shout. What's that, Adele? Split the points? The head judge overruled me afternoon. Okay. Alright, they'll have a little sympathy, so he says split the points. Right? Because me not bad with all line up, me have to go back to work. So even though the judge decision final, me in my place. Okay, can I have to go back to work on the deal? So he says split the points. The head judge says split the points. Right? They said, and we can't verify it, they said no, and so cancellation. No, cancellation. Okay? So I'll give you the chance to make the next option, make the next you can still get 1 point and 1,000 points over the game now. Right? So let's get to your category and value. Climate summary for 800 points or dollars. Which is the driest month in Antigua? You were a little before I was finished. Let's get our Ministry of Trade individual. Which is the driest month in Antigua? March. He says March. March is the answer. You were just a little before me. I could have gone to Shama, but she's at the same table. Okay? She was right on cue. You were a little before. Okay. So, that's team number what? 6? 5. 5. You get to, right here. You get to choose the next category and value. Table 5? Which one I want? Huh? Which? Choose a category and value. Hurricane season for 600 points. Which month is the peak of the hurricane season? So you get disqualified. But I don't read the question yet. All right, okay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. If you put up your hand before, me just not go bad with you. Right? Wait until we finish the question for you to put up your hand. Right? Okay, all right. This is your last chance. Right? So what if we pause me when we're done, read the question, put up your hand. Read the question properly. Which month is the peak of the hurricane season in Antigua and Barbuda? Mahela, which one? Which one? Which one? Right here? Huh? All right, let's go again. 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 Table 6? Let's go again. 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 Which month is the peak of the hurricane season in Antigua and Barbuda? Right here. Down this table. September. Let's get the answer. September. Friend. Oh, Miss F texted me. Oh. Okay, so table 3, you get to choose. Hurricane season for $400. What is the average number of named storms in the Atlantic? Right here.
No.
Okay. I thought I saw this one. I'll defer.
27.
She says 27. No, don't show the answer yet. Don't show the answer yet. Okay, that's not correct. That's not correct. Right here.
17.
17.
17. Is that correct? No. We can go to someone else? Yes. Where? Ari?
14.
Is that correct? Mahela? 12, 15, 14, right? Table number 4 gets the points. So as you can see, this is one of the questions that we can go around because we didn't hear the right answer. Okay? So they get the full points. Ari, table 4, you get to choose the next category and value. Whoa! Climate summary for 1,000. Which month in Antigua and Barbuda is free of meteorological hazards? Number 5. Number 5? Number 5. January? No. Ari?
None.
Ari says none. That's the right answer for 1,000 points. Remember that chart that Mahela showed? We have fire hazards, lightning, everything you can think of. There isn't a month in Antigua that is free from hazards. Somebody was listening. And I went over that afterward because I knew the question was coming. And I still didn't get it. I feel bad. Okay. You can still win. You can still win. You have 6, 12, 18, $2,000 left back. Okay? Next question. So let's get 4. Team 4. Your category and value. Climate outlooks for 600. Question. What is the rainfall forecast for the September, October, November period? Number 4.
Near to above average.
Near to above average, Mahil, is that correct? Near to above normal, that's correct. Somebody is listening. Somebody is listening. So, By the way, hold on there. How many of you know that Harry go and come back? The man go and come back, but why he here? You remember? Yes. Oh. Okay, so team number 4, you're running the board, obviously, right? So let's get 4 more questions. Let's go. Climate summary for 600. Here's the question. What is the warmest year in the globally observed record? Observational record. Who's that? Yes? Not team number 5.
2024.
2024. Let's get the answer. 2024. Warmest year in the observational record. So you get to choose category and value. Climate summary for 400. Can the climate be defined as the average weather conditions over many years in the same place? Yes, Dr. Coffey. Number 3. Let's get your answer.
Can climate be defined as the average weather? Yes.
She says yes. What's the answer? Yes. This is tight. This is tight. This tight. With $400 left back. This tight. Not gonna say which team don't get eliminated, but that's all right. So let's get what's your number 3? Climate summary for 200. Climate outlook for 200. Does a seasonal climate outlook typically cover a time frame of 3 to 6 months? Right here? Somebody actually saw it. She was like, what's somebody sound?
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Somebody saw her hand. That's good. The last question that's obvious is, what is the short-term state of the atmosphere? In the back. One. Weather is the answer. So, as the judges tally up, or the scorers tally up the scores. Dun, 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 dun. So, I don't want to embarrass anybody, so I'm not going to start with who can last. Okay? I'll start with the second runner-up, well, the first runner-up and the winner. All right? I know, but I just don't want to. So, that's the first prize? You don't want if you come close? Okay. Actually, the winner has won by $200. Wow! It's close. I'm telling you close enough. All right? The winner has won by $200. This needs to be audited. I like that. What's that there? So, and the winner, with a total of $3,200, $200. Team number 4. The next team had 3,000. That's team 3. All right. So the goal of this game is really to see how much of the information you're taking in. I know we have dollars and we make knives and thankfully nobody fall out. Even though it cost the judge, that's all right. But we are very satisfied that you were listening, you were making the attempt, and a lot of the questions, one time you got them. So give yourself a round of applause. We have some prizes here. Team 3, thankfully, they're the only 3 of you. So let's come forward, one by one. Let's get some pictures, please. One by one to collect your prize. Shake Mr. Destin's hand, collect your prize. We're going to want to take a photograph. All this going on social media. So come. Yeah, turn. Yes, let me come out of the shot. So, yes, congratulations, Ari Simon. Thank you very much. Ninja Luke, come. Oh, ladies first. Dr. Blair, come. No, on the speech. Come, now go up now, take a speech. What the paper for? Some notes? Oh, those are copious notes. Paper full. Thank you. And they have to look up for this one here. Ivan Ninja Luke, one of Antigua's best footballers. The most feared defender in the Eastern Caribbean. All right then, Ninja. Another round of applause for Team 4. Oh, yes.
Out of curiosity, what's in the bag? There's a mug, Band-Aid. Band-Aid mug, the metal fish. Flash drive.
No.
Captain of 60th anniversary. Pen, 60th anniversary pen, and 4 gifts. 1, 2, 3, opener.
All right, so Team 4, thank you very much. If I want anything the judge done, talk to Mr. Destin. You can't influence the judge has no more influence. Okay, so Mr. Destin is now going to come with a survey, which is your very valuable feedback. And we're looking to close. We're committed to finish at the appointed time of 3:15, thereabouts. So, Mr. Destin, is over to you. And you can just transition into the closing remarks. Well, let me come with some of the takeaways and then you come back with the
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so just to show you some of your responses to the survey, and this is a summary of it, not all of it. What types of climate information do you currently use in your work? Responses showed flood and extreme weather alerts as your selection, but I may say that in terms of climate information, we're not yet at the level of providing you with climate level forecasts for flood and extreme weather, other than if it is that the season is expected to be above normal in terms of rainfall, then you can sort of link that to the potential of flooding events. But this is what you would have responded to, and so we would have to pay attention to the fact that this is the most selected option with respect to this question. Then second to that would be the seasonal outlooks. So this is to give us an idea as to what exactly do you pay pay attention to, and also the option of indicating to us what other areas you would like to have covered. How do you access the information? This speaks to some of what Mr. Josiah spoke about. Most of you indicated radio and TV. They're still ruling the day. I mean, notwithstanding the technology, we're still seemingly relying on radio and TV for information. But clearly, a close second would be social media. And I guess as we develop this further, this will likely soon to eclipse as the number one option. Okay? I dare say that the beauty about social media is that you get it when you want it. As opposed to radio and TV, you have to tune in at a particular time to get it. How useful is the climate information you receive for decision making in your sector? Most of you said very useful. However, 12.5% of you would have indicated you do not receive any. And so we want to address this. For those who may have answered this way, we need to have a discussion with you, and we need to figure out how we can what's the best way of getting this information to you. Certainly, one of the things that we'll be doing is we would have captured your email contact, and so as we produce the monthly outlooks, we're hopeful that you will accept us sending you these outlooks, and they may not be considered spamming. But that's one of the reasons for taking your contact. So on a monthly basis, we can share with you these outlooks, and you can provide whatever feedback you may have. What are the main challenges you face with current climate information? And no specific to, okay, so not specific to your sector. So again, this is one of the objectives of this forum, to hear from you what is it you would like to have tailored for your purposes, so that we can look to see if we have the ability to do so, and certainly do so perhaps co-designing, not just us doing something saying this is what we think you should use, but you sitting with us and co-designing a product, and by so doing co-produce and also co-deliver. The point that we would make is that we all have our own networks, personal, institutional, and sectoral. So we send out this information, but you have your own sector, you know the players, you can then further transfer this information to those persons so that information can reach the last mile, as it were. Would you be willing to participate in follow-up discussions to co-design, co-design and co-production, co-delivery activities captured by MOUs? So I'm happy to see the number of persons saying yes. There's a no there. We need to have a discussion with that no. But, you know, the overwhelming majority of you either said yes or maybe contact me. So have a discussion.
Because they may be satisfied that they already get it. So
okay.
Let's focus on.
But as I said, the whole idea is that we find a way to sort of concretize these approaches by MOUs, and I mean we also look into those that may have a little bit more resources at their disposal to collaborate and partner with us, especially where finances may be a part of the whole production effort. We're certainly looking forward to persons taking that opportunity to partner with us. Not to put West Indies Oil on the spot, but we believe West Indies Oil could do partnership with us in terms of maybe developing acquiring a weather station for the pier. I know from time to time you ask about weather information, tide information, swell information. A weather buoy in that vicinity would be very helpful in terms of monitoring wave activity, wave action, so that it can guide you better in terms of the challenges that you may have at the pier with respect to boats coming in and offloading their fuel.
Good suggestion.
And that's it. Thank you very much.
So we are grateful. This is useful feedback. Leonard would have spoken about this. This is the kind of information that will help us to now go back to the Met Office and sit as a team and begin to now work out how we can be of greater usefulness to the public. This workshop has been a tremendous success. We could not have done it without your participation. Dale is going to come with some closing remarks. But I just want to take you through some of the things that I wrote down as some of the key summaries and takeaways. One of the first things that really resonated with me is the need for a national data-driven policy for decision making. We are not capturing enough data, and so we can't make informed decisions without the data. You heard that the data provides a platform for project development, project proposals, to agencies that are willing to fund us, but without the proper platforms, this is not going to go anywhere. So that's one of the takeaways. And Dale, of course, I'm going to, if you have any takeaways as well that you may have noted. I also made note of the need, and this came out in the survey, for sector-specific products. That came out in the survey. You will love to see more of that. We are available to enter into MOUs where we are focusing on you now with the delivery. We have all of our bulletins lined up. The website is you saw the homepage. We're going to fine-tune that a little bit more. We're going to be launching that as well, and the information is going to be there, climate-specific bulletins. But we can do more. If it is your intention to get specific products in the Met Office, we can work with you. You heard the words co-produce, co-design, co-deliver, etc. We can sit with you with the data that we have and work out something for you. I also have this was Dr. Johnson's point, and Donna, I credit you as well here, that we can't just leave here with a talk shop. We have to move from talk to actionable ideas and initiatives. And you would have heard from Donna Sandy that one of the ways forward is to sit with the budget analysts, sit with your permanent secretaries, and work out how can this information from the Met Office start the discussion on things that we could actually lobby and agitate. Education was mentioned earlier, fisheries, trade, the banking system, well, they're more private. But you see what we're talking about. Start the discussion, start the dialogue, start the agitation. You're not going to change, if you hear nothing else from me, you change the culture when you change the conversation. Okay? And the last thing I have here is that, we need to begin to think about having our development plans where water catchment becomes a part of the approval process at the DCA. If it's not there already, because the representative is not here. It's already there? Okay, well, more of it. Where we now have to think about maybe improving or increasing our capacities for catchment. Totally ready, I come from Graceful, I can throw up water, no problem with pipe off. That may not work for you. Okay? But if we have, I can only do that because we have water catchment, and thankfully I can't speak to look because my water hardly come off. Veronica, please. Okay? My pipe hardly come off. Thank God for that. All right? Others may not be able to say that. But when it come off, I can throw up water. I don't have a problem with that. But the point is, if we have catchment with the solar pumps, etc., the solar heaters and so on, then we can be a little bit more resilient in the face of the changes that we're seeing. So, Dale, if you have any further takeaways, and I will also leave it to have the final word. Thank you once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we close this second annual National Climate Outlook Forum, I extend heartfelt thanks to all of you, our partners, stakeholders, and presenters, for your presence and your participation. Your insight today have been invaluable in shaping how we move forward to close the early warning gap through climate services. A special thank you to the dedicated team at the ABMS, and I believe we missed a couple persons at the beginning in terms of when we were sharing who we are. So I want to pay some attention to Delphia Roberts Phillip, senior. This is the calculator at the Met Office. This is the Minister of Finance at the Met Office. Okay, and ably assisted by Visnita Prince, our secretary. Okay, I am also particularly impressed by the social media guys. I am absolutely impressed by them. Okay. This was not in the original plan. This was thought about 2 or 3 days ago when I went to Vengeance and said, Vengeance, can this be done? Do we have the equipment? And he said, yes. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And here we are doing it. So special thanks to those guys. And those guys are rapidly becoming very, very crucial to our operations at the Met Office, especially in this digital time period. So your hard work and professionalism made today's event possible, and I'm truly grateful for your commitment to excellence. Mr. Page certainly would have made this thing go the way it went, and so I ask you to give him a round of applause. So Mr. Page is our climatologist. He's leading the charge in this particular area. And so we certainly look forward to raising this thing to higher levels and certainly as much as possible meet the demands. Clearly, we need to add more persons to the team, the overall team, and his specific team if we are to meet these goals that we're setting for ourselves. So looking ahead, the ABMS will be synthesizing the feedback and discussions from today to refine our products and better meet user needs. We also invite you to complete the survey if you haven't done so. And we aim to reconvene a similar forum next year May not be at this location, but certainly the next one is scheduled for May 2026. The ideal that we're working towards is to have 2 of these per year. One leading into the hurricane season, the wet season, and one leading into the dry season. So that's the long-term goal. Of course, funding will play a part in that. And we also have the PS here, who is the chief financial person in the ministry. That's the official terminology, right? So, of course, we have the Ministry of Finance represented here, appreciating what we're doing here and the goals that we're setting, and certainly the importance of what we're doing here in relation to our ability to become climate resilient. So the 3rd National Climate Outlook Forum is scheduled for next year. So as we seek to institutionalize this and grow it further. So we're also looking at taking feedback on what we're doing here, taking ideas as to what further we could incorporate to make this even greater success. So until then, okay.
There is a person here who is an integral part of the team. She's short, not so loud and so on, but trust me, her work behind the scenes is phenomenal. Mahala Alvarez, she's new to the team and the staff, but trust me, her contribution
is amazing. Show her some love, please.
I second and third that. Okay, and she too has shown herself to be quite impressive and quite important to the way forward in terms of our ability to deliver in these areas. Of course, we have Delano. He was mentioned at the beginning, but Delano is like an all-rounder, dips his hand in everything. I mean, really and truly, he is our driver, but he does far more than that. That's right. Okay, and so we certainly appreciate you, Delano, and certainly continue to keep up the good works. So until we meet again, let's keep working together to build a more resilient Antigua and Barbuda. Okay? Thank you. So to all of you, once again, thank you for coming and safe travels.